Hello, you guys. Welcome to Life Discussions with Dr. Jefferson. I am your host, Dr. Jefferson, and today we are going to talk about what the main issue is with all of these people and the topics that we've talked about, trending topics, all of these, conversations that we've um, found ourselves engaged in during this time. We're going to talk about what I have come up with and identified as the biggest issue with humanity at this point and why it is that we really just can't get it together. But before we get started, I'm going to go ahead and play the intro and let you guys come on in. So I'll see you back in about 3 minutes. Hello again. Welcome back, you guys, and welcome to Life Discussions with Dr. Jefferson. Hey, Casey, what's going on? Come on in, and as you guys come in, go ahead and hit, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. Make sure that you share this content so that we can have a more collaborative conversation today. I'm always the person who believes in expanding the conversation from the main people in the room to the extra people that may be even outside of the room so that everybody has a voice and an opinion that's heard. So here recently, in the last 3 months, we've streamed over 100 hours of content on this platform. We have talked about a variety of issues that support and sometimes are leading to the destruction of the Black, brown, melanated communities in America and abroad. This is where we have those difficult conversations around accountability. So we've talked about some very, very hard hit areas when it comes to investments in one another, investments as a culture, We've talked about where the politics and respectability politics of relationships have leaned towards in recent years. And so much of this, from drugs to black on black crime, from um, arrest and the way that the outside community deals with us and has interminglings with us. We've talked about the way that other cultures see us. All of those very difficult areas, because I feel like these are very important spaces for us to find ourselves seated in and sitting with the responses of other people when they see us, but also sitting with our own accountability, right? There is a mindset that we are constantly in competition. And that mindset that we are cultivated with, shaped with from being very, very small children, contributes in a great way to the way that we see ourselves and the way that we see the world around us. Oftentimes, it contributes to the way that we even interact with those people in the world around us. So, for me, what I see is the competitive instead of inclusivity, right? It's what we are ingrained with. That vicarious trauma that typically comes from our parents, system of origin, first family, our schools, environment, they lead to deep seated insecurities. And then we as people feel like we're never enough. When will we ever be enough? That tends to be the question that we're constantly asking. These issues, they speak to a larger issue at bay. It leads to people who are insecure in their own sense of self, bullying other people. We see many school shootings, not like just the one in Texas, but all of them. Columbine, Sandy Hooks, all of these school shootings that we've seen over the last couple of decades now are part of a larger problem that has continued to get worse and worse and worse as time has gone on. I'm curious as to whether or not we have enough introspect to see that this is the issue in front of us. And as a result of seeing what the issue is, make a step in a positive direction so that we can change that narrative, if you will. So recently we talked about modern day women in relationships and their investment and what they're wanting. And we talked about modern day men and what they want in relationships in order for them to continue to invest, to continue to believe in relationships. Um, we saw a day or two ago Whoopi Goldberg's announcement that she would not be interested in getting married again after being divorced several times over. And we see that other people who are in the limelight, stars, are shying away from marital announcements and celebrating even being in a relationship. The world has become a very selfish place. When we look around, we don't see all of the love, acceptance, commitment, willingness, and people working together for a common goal. We don't see that anymore because marriage goals just contribute to the greater sense of insecurity where we're constantly now competing with someone that we find ourselves in a relationship and we're worried about the way that they see us. We're worried about whether or not they see us at all. We're worried about whether or not the people who are close to us see us at all and recognize our pain, that deep seated pain that we're in. Internet controversy seems to be the mode of entertainment for the vast majority of human beings these days, not just Black people, but people in general. We have seen that controversy sells. We watch people, content creators that I tagged on this channel, Cynthia G, Kevin Samuels, Tanya TKO, Kwame Brown, Bust Life, even Tommy Sotomayor. So many people. We watch these people blow up, and they have some of the most negative platforms that anybody could go to, simply because this negativity they have found drives people to constantly be engaged in entertainment, right? Entertaining content. It makes more sense for people to be at one another's necks than it does for people to go to one another's aid. One of the very natural things that, historically people have been defined by is war. Centuries later, we've still not made any segue towards improving who and how we are. Men don't want to invest in relationships because they feel like they can't get the woman that they want. Women don't want to invest in relationships because they feel like they're going to lose themselves. These insecurities will lead to our demise because people no longer want to invest wholeheartedly in a relationship and commit themselves to someone else. The balance of life, the balance of success and failure, the balance of thriving, if you will, is at risk of being completely eradicated. Because when we see so many people going through psychotic breaks, having no feelings whatsoever, no emotions whatsoever in response to people being killed, children being killed, families being wiped off of this earth. When we see this kind of stuff and we see people's responses to them and we don't say anything, it's because we also are overwhelmed. There are too many feelings. In the middle of a global pandemic, you would think that the emotes would be activated. So people would start conveying emotion. They would start feeling more. But instead, people have gone into a deeper and a darker shell. Wearing a mask has been popularized, literally. The mask of personhood. Now we can put on a mask and we can become whoever we want to because of the internet. People no longer have to face their inadequacies. People no longer have to improve their personhood. People can now hide behind a computer and support violence, death, murder of whole races of people. We can do that because we're safely behind our computer screens and these aliases where nobody can really reach us and see our face as we commit these crimes. The entire world is turning into an entire antisocial component. And we are living history as it's happening. So when I look at all of these things, when I look at the abundance of violence, when I look at the abundance of discord, when I look at the inadequate coping mechanisms that people use to resolve their discontentment with one another, what I see is that we have failed to grow and mature into spaces of true autonomy. What I see is that we've lost sight of how it is that we can attain the balance because somebody stopped teaching what it is that's needed on both sides of the scale. When we think about the amount of controversy and how much we have to go through in order to just get people to be accepted as human beings, right? It takes an act of Congress for us to just simply accept people as human beings, but they bleed just like us. They breathe like us. They move like us. They look like us. But if that person is a gay person, if that person's lifestyle, habits, and decisions within their subcultural component doesn't align with what we see as acceptable, we cast these people out. But we cast these people out in a way that says that they no longer are human because they're no longer in alignment with what we say is normal, with what we say is good. So, what we are saying is that we're building, by way of not taking any action at all, a world where there is no acceptance for differentiation, individuality. We want everyone to look the same, do the same things, talk the same way. There is no room for growth. Women and men can never be in a relationship that's cohesive and benefits both of them, and they will never see the benefit of a relationship for the both of them together interdependently. As long as women are worried about what it is that men are doing, and men are worried about what it is that women are doing in order to get themselves together in an individual way. We have these insecurities because society has taught us that our self worth is much less than what it actually is. Society has taught us that we are not worthy of acceptance. Society has taught us that we are not worthy of commitment. Society has taught us that we are not worthy of trust. And when society starts teaching those lessons, when we no longer are people who want to be different, when we are no longer people who want to accept ourselves for our greatness, when we are no longer people who want to cultivate something different than what we see in front of us, when we are no longer people who accept differentiation, we become the cult. And we're becoming this very fast. And I feel like that mindset is exactly what crabs in a bucket mean. So we're all in this bucket and we're all trying to win. But in order for us to win, it has to be at the cost of someone else's seat. So we can't win together because our mindsets are very much misconstrued. Let me see what you guys are saying. Says we all just need to live according to the Bible. No question is unanswered in the Bible. We pick and choose which parts of scripture we want to follow. I totally agree. Here's the thing. I think that religion became a part of the conversation for a reason. Humanity must have something to guide and construct chaos. Right now, we are creating a larger chaos and we're able to respond to accordingly. Because we've turned a blind eye, we are no more. We just are no more. We're just beings. I don't feel like we're human beings. I don't feel like we have a human component. I don't feel like we have any compassion. When you look around you, you don't see the level of compassion that we used to see. We evolved from a very selfish people, self-centered people, into greater capacity for loving people, and then back into that same selfish, self-centered people. So we're repeating history by not having anything to mold and shape efficacy in the way that we deal with one another in order to elicit any outcome whatsoever that's positive. We are people that are creating the same said chaos because we've lost sight of what our history entails, what our true culture entails, people around the world, what it means and how great it is for us to be different, for us to be impactful. In order for us to impact the world that is currently already in existence, we have to present something different. We have to be authentic. So now we have trust issues. When you ask people, who have maintained relationships for a very long period of time, what is it that sustained your relationship through all this time? You've been married 60 years. You've been married for 70 years. What is it that made you guys stay married all of this time? Was it love? Were you in love? And you will find all of those people, every one of them, they say trust, committing to something greater than themselves, honor, duty to said commitment. These are things that we're no longer conditioned with. Our children of this generation, these Gen Xers, Gen Zers, we're now outnumbered by people in those generations. And the realities are the people that are a part of those generations lacked adequate conditioning in order for us to have a society that is conducive of all of us thriving together. Everybody doesn't trust anybody. Okay. People out here don't trust themselves. So when these people say that they had to find a person that they trusted, that they truly trusted, and keep those people for a lifetime, invest in those people as if they were the only people that they will ever be able to trust in a lifetime. What that tells us is that these people respect duty to said commitment. They have a respect for their word like we've never learned to have. I don't even know if we are willing enough to step into places where we can be educated about how we can receive and learn these new patterns of behavior. As a culture of people, I think that we're far more invested in being entertained by chaos, discord, and demeaning things that continue to keep us behind, but never launch us forward. So I feel like you can't respect the person that you're in a relationship with if you're constantly in competition with them. The respectability politics is something that we've talked about a tremendous amount on this channel. When we talked about different relationships, we've talked about the modern day framework for relationships. We've talked about what it is that these modern day women and men want, but we've not talked about what the needs are in order for us to build on respectability politics. And excuse me, we've approached the same for men in this generation. So in order for us to truly have successful relationships, right? Respect is at the top of all things because the man is at the top of all things. If we as women decide to dethrone the men, because that's what's happening, we have to find a meaningful way to connect to another entity. Because if we become the head of that household and the man is now the tail, right? What happens is that structure slowly deconstructs his natural human tendency to be a man. The more destruction we cause to the man, the more destruction we cause to our relationships, the more we contribute to the instability of the relationship, a lack of willingness, increased suspicion, and the more we break down that balance. I think that we have to learn how to trust the process. Right now, in relationships, women and men both need trust, commitment, balance, love. They need for these insecurities and suspicions to be put to rest by trusting in the process. And we need growth that is guided and seeded by our maturation intention, right? More important, we need to commit ourselves by being willing to step into spaces where we can learn new things about the partners we're pairing ourselves with. More importantly, so that we can learn more about ourselves. So, what do you guys think modern day women and modern day men need at this point? Good evening, official urban therapist. How are you? While you guys are thinking, pondering, the centralized issue underneath all of these things that we have vacated over the course of time is a need to be accepted in a world where acceptance no longer lives. I think that people know acceptance is inundated. I think human beings, both male and female, are very much aware that people no longer accept you for who you are. So you have to recreate yourself. You have to be someone else. You have to be another version of something else. And because we suppress our natural and innate, ability to be ourselves, and we become more inauthentic, I think people start feeling less and less validated. And because they feel less and less validated, they can't trust even themselves with who they really are. The more lost we become, the more incongruent we become. The more incongruent we become, the less we emote because those emotions are not there. The feelings are not there. The behaviors are in alignment with emptiness because we no longer have anything that is really of value to contribute to our greater purpose. He said the modern day men and women just need a hug it out moment or a wake up call. I feel like currently we're at war. Women and men are at war with one another, at odds with one another. We've created even further division to where it extends beyond the lines of just men and women, but now we've recreated the race war. Cultural comparative wars. It's it's a lot. From where I'm sitting, we're in a very difficult place. But it doesn't mean that we can't find ourselves seated in greater opportunity. We can't find ourselves loving one another again authentically, but more importantly, loving ourselves. I think that we have to be committed to something greater than us. And we have to understand that the business of people sometimes requires us to divest from new ideas and cling on to those very core ideas that help shape greatness, those things that are already tried and tested and proven to be efficient in molding and cultivating our personalities appropriately. So, you know, that's how I feel. But so, in the grand scheme of things, I want you guys to continue to share your insights about this, you know, because I feel like it's very important for us to take a moment and recognize where our inadequacies are so that we can properly build and improve on who we are in our becoming so that we can shift maybe our outcomes. So I'm going to jump to the relationship part of the segment before we go into our final thoughts. And you guys can continue to drop your thoughts below. Okay. Hmm. Oh, man. But also tell me what you guys have been up to. What did you do this past weekend? I got into a lot more than I probably should have personally. This is interesting because I didn't pick a particular one, so we'll be exploring this together as one, actually. I don't know if I want to do that one. Hmm. Okay. I guess we'll do this one. I am currently dating a woman with a child who has special needs. One sec. Let me go to this comment I see coming up. Sure. Hold on a sec. Gotta copy this invite link. So it says, I am currently dating a woman with a child who has special needs. She did not disclose to me that she had a child who had special needs prior to us starting this courtship. Well, there's a new one, you know. Typically, you guys don't just use the word courtship or use the idea of courtship in this day and age. So that says something. Because she never disclosed she had a child with special needs, and this has been sprung up on me in the last 2 dates, I am now wanting to completely, wow. He says, I am now wanting to completely move into something else with someone else, another girl that I was dating. We have been dating on and off now for 3 months. Am I wrong for this? Hey, Mr. Brooks, how are you? Um, Dating, that kind of goes to what I was saying during this video too. Um, Dating people who have children at all requires a different type of person altogether, whether you're a male dating a woman with kids or you're a female dating a male with kids. Because what it's saying is that if things get, and you would want them to get serious if you're out there dating, I would think, but some people don't. But if and when things got a little bit more serious, you would be not only welcoming in the one addition into your family, but you would be stepping into a place where you're welcoming in multiple additions to your family, right? And sometimes that can put a strain on your, I don't know, your system or the way that you reconstruct to receive, right? Um, are you wrong for wanting to cut things short? Because I guess are you wrong for wanting to cut things short due to the fact that she has a special needs kid? I would say probably yeah. Because I don't feel like that's a sufficient reason for you to end a healthy relationship if the relationship was healthy, right? um, that's a lot, but I think it's so. Here's what I think: if you're interested in someone else, and if you've been dating somebody else, right? You were already half invested anyway. You could not have been wholeheartedly invested in this woman anyway, and it's only been 3 months, right? Now, granted, it took less than that, you know, less than 3 months for my husband to propose to me. When he proposed to me, my a lot can happen in a couple of months. And I don't know what dating looks like for you. But I know that if you find that you want to leave a relationship as a result of discovering that this person has a special needs kid, it's probably best that you do just that, because what that says is that you're not in a space where you can contribute in a healthy way, in a positive way, to that child or that person growing into their fullest capacity. So, are you wrong? Not necessarily, because I don't think that there is no wrong, right or wrong when it comes to um, ending relationships that aren't marriage, right? But I think that in the grand scheme of things, we have to understand that life is about us maturing into new spaces. And if you've not learned to ask some questions before now, and I can't say how long you've been dating, but you should probably have asked those questions in the very beginning before you even started going out on dates. Um, so Mr. Brooks says multiple, one child only. Sorry. Well, people when I say multiple people, I mean you're welcoming multiple people into your system. So that means that you're welcoming the parent and the child versus just welcoming the parent, the person that you're dating. I want to welcome the official urban therapist to the platform. How are you today?
Happy Motivational Monday to you too.
Well, happy motivational Monday. Happy Monday to you.
Happy Monday.
So Mr. Brooks says a kid with special needs is a lot harder. It's another job for both of you. Sorry, Doc. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I think that those are questions that he probably should have asked before dating the woman. What do you think? What do you think, official urban therapist? Do you think that that's a question that I don't know. How do you ask that?
I'm talking about regarding a woman who has a special need child and a dude that's trying to date her.
Yeah, the guy. So the relationship questions come from a guy that's dating a woman, and he just discovered that she has a special needs kid, and he wants to end the relationship as a result of learning that. And they've been dating for 3 months, and he wants to know if he's wrong for ending the relationship because of the special needs kid.
Okay. Hey, give me one moment. I'm going to jump down real quick and I'm gonna come back up. All right. Yes, I am cold. It's like freezing in this house. That's why I'm all bundled up right now. But I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Be a really good conversation. All right.
Okay. So, Rush, you think that he's not wrong? Is that what you're saying? And Mr. Brooks, you're right. A kid with special needs is hard for the person that's already raising them, but says you don't ask something like that. It's kind of rude. He should end it. It's not his responsibility. And she will not appreciate him. I said, yeah, he's not wrong. He needs Florida. And it's like, I don't know. When I went to Florida a couple of years back, it was it this time of year? Yeah, sort of. It was November, beginning of November. And I was expecting sunny skies, warm weather. And it went from sunny skies, warm weather one day to super cold the next day. And, it wasn't what I was expecting. It says, I dated a woman with a kid that's autistic. You mean autistic? It was so much work, and she has so much to do with her child. We can never have time for myself. Did you know her child was autistic when you first started dating her, though? And I don't know. I think. mm, I don't know how I feel about this one. I don't feel like you're wrong for wanting to leave the relationship, though. I don't feel like he's wrong for wanting to leave the relationship. It's been only 3 months, but I feel like he could have avoided being in this situation in the beginning had he asked the right questions. So asking, even though Rush made the comment like asking that would be rude, it really isn't. If you're I think it's interesting that the vast majority of males and females are in relationships now where they are okay with talking about having sex with one another on the first date, even. Before the first date, you're okay with having sexual conversations, right? But you're not okay with engaging in conversation that's meaningful around building a future together, right? So the why we're dating in the first place. And that's very odd to me. I just, you know, I don't know. So I think that questions around are you a parent? Are you sexually active? I think that if you are trying to build something meaningful, you need to be asking the questions that would guide your understanding of who you're potentially building a relationship with. Um, and I just don't feel like he asked the right questions. So he doesn't necessarily have to ask specifically, do you have an autistic child? He could easily ask a more meaningful question like, are you a parent? Do you want to become a parent? Like, do you have kids? Do you want kids? I even believe in asking the question about a history of mental illness, psychiatric hospitalizations. I believe that we should ask all those questions. What are your disease stats? Like right now, how long has it been since you've been tested for sexually transmitted disease? Are you sexually active right now? How many sexual partners have you slept with over the course of your lifespan? I think all of those questions are important because those are questions that are meaningful and it sets you up for either success or failure in a relationship. That's what dating's for. Getting to know the person. You said yes, but he was at first with dad a lot. Okay. But when she brought him to my place with her, he didn't like it. He didn't like me, her getting close. Yeah, but kids with autism tend to, just depending on where they are on the spectrum, either way, they tend to lean towards repetitive behaviors, because repetitive behaviors create a space for comfort for them. Um, and that's really important for them to feel safe. So it's the only reason he's in a relationship with her is because he actually has some type of humanity in him, but it's a weakness and he needs to leave ASAP. Huh. Dating is not an interview. That would be weird, Doc. You think so? Do you guys agree? Dating is that's what it is. It is an interview. Courting is after the interview because you've gotten the job on a trial basis. And then betrothal is on your way to being married because you've done well at maintaining the job. And marriage is your forever as a result of it. So I don't know. Hey Tammy, how have you been? How are you? You agree with which? You don't believe that the interview process should take place while you're dating? You don't think you should ask questions on a date?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You should ask questions. That's part of the vetting process.
I think that I think you should do proper vetting. The initial vetting stages should be before you get on a date, right? And then when you get on a date, you further delve into vetting them even further because the before you get on a date, it's about the non-negotiables more so than those things you're kind of flexible on and want to find out about the person to continue to move forward. And then you go on a second date because, you know, you feel like, oh, wow, that first date told me that we're in alignment with one another. And you make a commitment to build something and start courting them as a result of the dating because you feel like after a couple of dates, I've gotten to know them even better. This seems like it feels right for me. So let's move on into a greater capacity of being with one another, etc. And then you get engaged and married, blah blah blah. But they don't think that it's appropriate to ask questions. Casey Rush said he doesn't think it's appropriate to ask questions on a date about being a parent, sexual history, all that good stuff. But I think all of that's important because you may have sex as a result of being with someone. And I think it's important for a person to know on the first date out if you're celibate
Yep,
or a
absolutely.
virgin
Yep,
or hyper promiscuous, right? So I think that we need to know whether or not that person, you know what I mean, may or may not be sexually aligned with us.
yeah, absolutely. And I mentioned this on one of my episodes too regarding relationship. That relationship is very much similar to an interview process. I always use the example of when we go out and look for a job,
Yep.
and you're being interviewed by the employer, and they always ask the triggering questions to make sure that you're qualified for the position that you're applying for. The same rules apply saying, dating, where if you dating to be in a relationship, or it could just be a sexual encounter. There's still certain qualifications that need to be met, in order for you to qualify, period. And that just the human nature and the human experience.
Yeah, I think that some people, even if you're dating with the purpose or intent on being in a sex only relationship, or as they say, no strings attached, like you have to make sure that you are setting yourself up for success versus failure in that, because the person may not meet your right criteria. They may be very, clingy, or have never had sex with a person only before, and they may not be ready because their ideals are in direct conflict with what it is that you're trying to build with them. So you're basically trying to align them with whatever your ideals are. Make sure you're vetting the right person, if you will.
Yep, exactly. And that's what also caused them type of sexual encounters to turn into them type of relationships that it really wasn't supposed to be.
Oh
All
wow.
because of lack of communication. All because of lack of communication.
I agree. I agree. I agree. And so you can't really blame another person for that. So I feel the same way about this young lady. She may not have disclosed that she had a special needs child to this guy, and they've been dating for 3 months, but he didn't go in with the right type of energy, even though he says that he's looking for something more serious, right? Like he's not going in with the right type of energy to build a long relationship if he's not asking questions about does she even have a kid, like,
Yeah.
what's parenting like for you, he would have learned those things by just those questions. So Tammy says, of course, but not immediately, people are going to have a condom. So
Hmm.
Tammy, let me let the medical doctor side of me speak to you for a second. There are differences between sexually transmitted infections and sexually transmitted diseases. Sexually transmitted infections, STIs, are treatable, curable, and sexually transmitted diseases are permanent. So these are viral infections that cannot be cured. They cannot. We don't have a cure for them. About 60% of them can be transmitted with a condom. So a condom cannot protect you from them because skin to skin contact is what it takes for you to transmit the disease. When you use a condom, you may think that you're very protected, but half of the people who use condoms don't even use them correctly. I can guarantee you, every male watching this show does not know how to use a condom in order for it to even be effective, in which it's supposed to be effective against the sexually transmitted infections, right? They can't even protect themselves against that. The moment a woman's body fluids touches your body, your legs, your pubes, you're already as infected as going in there naked. Because you don't just have pores in your penis, you also have pores behind your pubes and your balls, all of these things, right? And the moment a man's fluids touch a woman or skin for herpes simplex virus, right? The
Hmm.
HSV 4, 5, 6, and 7 is very easily transmitted through skin to skin. Let us sit on your lap naked before you even get to anything. Crabs. So these types of diseases, even HPV, these types of diseases, you don't need a whole lot of, contact in order for these things to be transmitted. And listen to the language I'm using. I'm using disease. That means now you have a lifelong ailment, a lifelong disease. You know how many people are walking around? Over 84% of the population in America is currently infected with herpes simplex virus, one strain or the other. That's the reality. You guys have had tests for it and don't even realize you had it half of the time because we don't talk to you about it as doctors anymore because we realize how prevalent it is. So until it becomes an issue for you because you have a lot of cold sores and things like that coming out, or you have, vaginal or penile lesions coming out as a result of it, HPV and HSV are really no issue for you until you've had it for over 15 years in your system and it's always reactive. That's when it's an issue. So then it causes for your, clinician to have a different kind of conversation with you because not only are you infectious or contagious, but you're also losing your viability. And that's also why so many men start to suffer from a lack of sperm, swimming sperm mobility, right? So, you know, there's that part.
Dr. J, there is one question that will come up that I will not answer. That's one question, and this question it tends to come up pretty often. The question that I will not answer is what am I looking for in a woman? I never answer that question ever because the reason why is because through my experience, By me answering that question,
They become that.
they become the very thing that I'm asking. So I don't never ask that, period. Because I'm not trying to conform her to be in the likeness of me. Because I want her to be her individual self.
So I will say something similar. For me, I don't believe that I ask that question. I ask people, what have you found out about yourself over the course of your dating history? Right? Because it's important for me to be with a person who is healthy enough to grow exponentially.
Hmm.
So I like to see a person who is really big on introspect and doing self work in order to elevate themselves to a different state of being, because we are all constantly moving towards reaching our capacity in life, as we're evolving. So I like to know, what lessons have you taken from your relationship experiences that are that relate to who you are and you're becoming.
Absolutely. And that's a great question too to ask, by the way, because it allows that person to start thinking about themselves. It shifts the dynamics of the interview into self accountability. Yeah, which says that's real good.
So Tammy says, um, she's saying that you can catch all of those diseases even after asking the question. So it's not about not catching the diseases, right? Because here's the thing: some of these things are unavoidable. The vast majority of people who are walking around with HPV, they don't know that. For women, it's easier to tell because I'm going to tell you right now, if you've ever had an abnormal pap smear, you definitely have HPV. You may not have gone back for the second. If you get a second confirmed abnormal pap, that's exactly what it is. But we don't have to worry about. That's why we go in and we scrape for cervical cells and things like that, so that we can analyze how far it is and how invasive it is, and how has it even affected your fertility. But how do we how do I have this conversation? It's not about whether or not you get the disease. It's about whether or not you are aware of whether those people are infectious, contagious, so that you can protect yourself. We've developed PrEP as a means to protecting people from having sex and contracting AIDS from a person who, I mean, HIV from a person who has HIV. Um, Similar steps can be taken with people who have HPV and herpes simplex virus. There are a lot of different medications that we can take to, we can prescribe for suppressing HSV as well. So it's not about you worrying about being in a relationship with them as a result of learning that they're positive for these things. It's about knowing how you can protect yourself and other partners if you intend to be involved in other partners, with other partners sexually. So it's about moving through life mindful and responsibly.
Yeah, yeah. In other words, when you don't give that disclaimer out, do you take away that choice from your other partner to choose whether or not they still want to participate in that. This is similar to the discussions we have about the abortion thing, where overall it is the woman body her choice, but however there are some men out there that feel like they don't have a choice in the matter. Where if they're going to where if they don't have a choice in the matter, where if they're going to keep the child or not, totally the woman's choice. So that choice of the man being taken away from him, and that's very similar about the situation about the transgender situation too, where that transgender person don't reveal right off the bat that, hey, this is my space and this is where I'm at, instead of telling him after the fact, you know, or however it goes.
So you said, what is the purpose again? And say could lie. How is the person proving that they are deceived? Very easy. right? For me, I can honestly say I've never had sex with a person, period, that I did not accompany to a doctor's appointment, and I knew their status. Not only that, but their health history. All of that is important to me. And for me, I
Hmm.
don't personally engage in sex unless we are fully vested in one another. So I'm a person that believes heavily in waiting for sex. So that's, I know in America they used to require blood tests, but that's the reason.
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah. Like that's literally the reason, so that you can see what their disease status is. Now, can you contract these diseases while married? Of course. HPV actually, I don't have enough time in this show to explain how it initially came up, but it's a disease that came up as a result of people not waiting the full 6 to 8 weeks to have sex after a woman has given birth to a baby, and then the man takes a particular type of pathogen and passes it through sexual partners, and it creates HPV. But it's a lot to talk about. But if you have an outbreak as a result of having HPV, very different from herpes, which is HSV, you have more cauliflower like lesions on the penis, vagina, things like that. So you have to. Here's what I say: you have to protect yourself by using best practices. I don't know why it's such a big thing to jump into having sex but not ask questions.
Hmm.
But America's a cesspool, so. Hey
Yep,
Lone Wolf,
yep.
how are you? How's med school going? This kid's in pre-med right here.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah. I
maybe
had
I'm
seen
asking
that show
about
too.
it.
By the way, that's a pretty interesting and funny show.
Good guy. One thing he funny, he said he's what he said, he don't want no more soy sauce. He's divested from Asian women, you know. He said that he's now eating some tacos and ceviche. He like and some macaroni and cheese, you know.
Oh, also, Miss Tammy, the whole reality of it is that everyone lies, including yourself. So that's more of a trust issue within your part. If you're in that space thinking about that, every man that you come in contact with that is going to lie about whatever it is that was going on with them. So that's to me that's an issue that you'll personally have to work out with yourself to figure out why you want in that particular space to begin with, to think about that every man is going to lie to you.
But I think
Yeah, in
that's
that
what I talked
sense.
about at the very beginning of this show, because I think that that's one of the main issues that, is going on right now in society. That's why women and men are so divested. It's about
Hmm.
trust. We all feel like we're in competition constantly with one another, and we don't trust anybody. I wanted to go to this comment and see what you thought
Yeah.
about it.
Okay. Um, I'm glad that you having this topic today, because I was gonna do a show about this relationships. I was going to talk about what's the difference between realistic and unrealistic expectation. But since you're doing your show and I'm on here, hey, that's good enough for me.
Right. And I feel like, people, we don't really talk about these things enough, because I think we've been taught or conditioned by societal norms that it's okay to accept whatever comes, right? Because whatever comes is all you can get. So nobody
Hmm.
truly knows their worth, because they're so busy reshaping themselves, reinventing themselves from relationship to relationship, that there is no true, clearly delineated sense of self.
Yeah.
So it's whoever they can be or whoever they have to be for the moment, and I just feel like that's counterproductive.
Yeah, Zach, I'm not gonna agree to that. And to be honest, Dr. J, this is the reality of the modern day men and women, where their mentality at. And so that's why not being focused on all last month and all this month to really focus on relationships, period, because I know they're in that space right now and they need people like me and you as well to want to give them a different perspective or challenge them on accountability, showing them, hey, there are other paths and better way out there besides what you see right now, and to give them hope as well.
Yeah, I do feel like there is a huge need out there, but I feel like, if we look at anything, if we learned anything from the increased amount of school shootings and things like that, and people want to highlight the fact that this kid was bullied in Houston, but all school shootings were a result of bullying, a lack of
Absolutely.
acceptance. All of
Mm-hmm.
them, all of them. So what it says is that's not the issue. What's the issue is we have a lack of rejection response skills. So
Yeah.
until we learn how to accept rejection and respond appropriately to rejection and what that means for us, to sit with what comes up for us in the aftermath of rejection without having to take out anger and hostility as a result of that wound, we will continue to be a nation that is in chaos, and the chaos will continue and it continues to grow exponentially. So there is no peace to be found because people are finding this chaos entertaining.
Yeah,
They're finding a
that's
way to
true
further
also.
create more of a divide as a result of all of these different events that are chaotic. So it's a lot.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah. Um, speaking on that about rejection, let me ask you a question. Do you think that it's harder for men to accept rejection than women, or do you think it's about even across the board?
if you asked me that question back in the day, I would say it's harder for women to accept rejection simply because men were cultivated to accept rejection because they were naturally meant to be pursuers. However, it's about equal now because no one is cultivated to accept rejection.
Hmm.
Now, children are very entitled. And I talked about earlier in this show that this is a generation that is filled with, or a time period that's filled with Gen Z and Gen Xers. As a result, there are more of them than any other population in the world. And those people are very entitled because nobody taught them how to get back up. Everybody taught
Yeah.
them how to blame and point the finger without
Hmm.
noticing there are four other fingers pointing back at you when you point that one at someone else. And so I think what happens is we've not conditioned our kids to accept the fact that sometimes we are inadequate for the moment. We are inadequate for a position. We are inadequate for a person, but it doesn't mean that we are inadequate as people.
Hmm.
So, what happens is, as a result of that, what happens is our children and our children's children, this generation right now, these people now will point the finger, oh, you just hating. It equates to hate. So nobody can
Yeah.
give you criticism that has any validity because we're too insecure in our sense of self because we've had to reinvent ourselves too many times.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So
You.
yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like nobody has adequate rejection response skills because we only know how to point the finger at someone else.
What I do in my household with my children is that it be certain situations where my children would ask me for certain things. Sometimes I'll do it. Other times I'll tell them no, I'm not going to do it. And the reason why I won't do it is not because I'm incapable of doing this, because I just ain't going to do it. But the bigger picture is that I want them to get used to having that feeling of rejection so I could teach them the very skills that you're talking about, the rejection skill. Sometimes my wife, she even questions me about that, like, we could do it. We have the funds or whatever, do it, whatever, we can do it. So why do you tell them no? I like, because I don't want them to get into the habit of always accepting yes and not knowing how to handle the no part not handle the rejection part, because when they get older, they're gonna be challenged by that. Once when they leave our household, they're gonna be challenged about the no. People going to reject them. People going to want to do things that they just don't like, and there ain't nothing they could do about it. Ourself, they have to be skillful and learn how to handle that. You know. And so I believe that same thing had to be teaching, in all the households as well, where you're teaching your children the skills that you're talking about right now, that rejection skills. So even when they go into that school and there's certain peers reject them for whatever reason it is, they be able to cope with that and handle that without becoming bully pressure, peer pressure, or any of them type of things.
Well, I think, and I think that that's great. But I also think that because you have so many kids, I think that that creates a space for them to learn from one another adequate social skills and how to cope, because
Yeah.
you can create ideal situations from that. And for me, I do something really similar, but for me, my kids, they're cultivated off of earning. So we start from the very
Hmm.
beginning with a rewards chart, and whatever it is they want, no matter how big, how small, they're given a allowance, right? So they get an allowance every week anyway. And their allowance is allowing them to not only learn how to save and learn how to budget and learn how to be, smart and wise with their money, but it's also teaching them that there are some things in life that money can buy and there are some things they can't.
Hmm.
So on their
Agreed.
rewards chart, they're redeeming the rewards stickers and points and stars for doing the basic things that I expect every day out of them, right? So reaching my expectations, which equates to their goals, they're given little stars for that, and they can cash those in for events. People work the same way. There is something given for everything that you take from a pot. And so if you give what's expected because it's been articulated, you can expect for someone to give you something in return. But if it's not clearly drawn a line of delineation around, if it's not clearly discussed, if it's not clearly conveyed, you can't expect anybody in the world to do anything as a result of you doing these things, because they're not even acknowledging, they're unaware that these things are happening for that reason, right? So I teach them about communicating, I teach them about the value of earning, and they can get whatever they want as long as they've earned it, right? So if it's something intangible, something that money can't buy, they understand to have a more deep-seated conversation about how it is that they can acquire what it is that they're trying to get from another person. So I think that those are really great skills for kids to learn. And it's difficult because in a society that feels like the vast majority of people were having those kinds of conversations are not welcomed, right? It makes it difficult for them to function in the grand scheme of things, but these are their core values. This is their basic constructs of their conditioning. So they won't move or shift off of those basic core values because they've already been taught and conditioned this way for so long, as they were becoming in their very small and young, you know, development. But I think it's important that we have the conversations for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and I agree with that with you. I agree with that 100%. That's real good that you have that system developed for your children. Maybe people in the chat, if y'all have children as well, that could be a good system you can implement it to your household.
I teach it in parenting classes all the time because it's really good because kids don't become their best versions of themselves by being screamed at, right? Yelled at, criticized, ridiculed.
Hmm.
They become the best version of themselves by being built up. And we have to build them up systematically. There has to be a system. You understand what I'm saying? There has to be levels to the way that you parent in order for them to build their self-esteem, self-congruence, identify who they're becoming so that peer pressure does not unseat them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, Tammy. But so I wanted to go back. I'm gonna go back at some of these comments I looked at. I wanted to Mr. Brooks comment about the one kid. Go back to it again. So I ask all of them questions. First questions I ask is about the kid. One child only. Second is how involved is the father? What if they don't have kids? Then what's your second? I think that's an
you know
important
with
question.
you with me, I ask all the important questions on day one. But when we going on, whether it's the official date or we just going to the coffee house or whatever we doing, I ask all these questions right off the back at day one because I honestly want to know because when my situation is different because I am a father and I do have children as well, so I want to know. Do this woman have children? And if she don't have children, how does she feel about children evolve into life, especially with me being as a at that time a single father. I want to
Yeah.
know. I want to know if she could be a good mother to my children, or if we were to get married and we were to have a child together, would she treat my children differently from our child? Different questions like that you need to ask. You need to know where people's mind is at.
And to be honest with you, I don't know how authentic they can be in answering that question. The one about will you treat my kid differently than your others? Because
Hmm.
what I've learned over the course of time, because I know a lot of people think and we want to tell ourselves these beautiful lies, right? That we will not discriminate. We're going to love our kids equally, blah, blah, blah. I'm a mom of 11. Let me tell you,
Yeah, it's hard.
I do not. I do not lie to my children. We are a family that is built on transparency and honesty. Um, I don't love all my kids the same. I don't. I don't tell that lie. I just don't because I feel like that's a non-pragmatic lie. It contributes to the insecurity of your kids, if anything. I love everybody differently and in their own unique way because they're all different and unique.
Hmm.
So some love is hard. Okay. Some of them are going to take you through there. And you're going to
Yep.
love on them hard because you're going to want the best for them and you're going to know that they're going down a road that so many possibilities for detriment, to come their way. And we have to appropriate our affect based on the situation and based on the person that we're dealing with in life. I don't want my kids thinking they have to love every woman or every man the same, right?
Hmm.
I want them to understand that your love comes as it will come and you need to respect it when it does and convey it appropriately.
Exactly. And I agree
So,
with that.
yeah, you can call in, Tammy. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, yeah. She had dropped the link earlier though. That's how I
Yeah,
got up here.
yeah, I have the link is in the chat box if you go toward the top, but yeah, my oldest I have 7, yeah, 7 adults now. Is that great? Praise Jesus. Praise Allah for those of you who believe in him too. Praise them all.
so, so Dr. J,
Yeah.
I have to ask you this question from one parent to another. Well,
Mhm.
was it on purpose that you had planned on having 11 kids that you wanted to have a big family, or it
My
just is
I
what it
wanted
is?
no kids. I wanted no kids. I never wanted to become a mother. I never wanted to have children at all. My first husband wanted 15. Oh, he wanted 14 kids. I gave birth to 15 total. But, we I didn't want any. He knew that if we had kids, because eventually we would have sex, I wouldn't be a virgin anymore. He knew that he would have to do a lot of work. Because
And
yeah,
what's funny? See, I asked you that question because I asked different women that question too, and they gave me the same exact response. Most women would say, "Nah, I was not planning on having no children at all." Period. But it always be the man who wants to have
yeah.
children. Like with
But
me, I want to have children, you know. So
but when you think about my culture, right? In my culture, it's really important that a woman submit appropriately to her husband. So the thing is, like, we preach and push and teach the fact that your body is a vessel for him to continue his legacy, for you guys to express your, admiration and love for one another. Those kinds of things are just the basic core values, right? So when it became time to express, I was like, oh, we're going to be very careful. We really never even got anywhere. We never got anywhere, but we got pregnancy going after the first try and every try after that. So, and we had twins, twins, twins. So I think that that's what contributed. And so for me, it's really important that, kids grow up with a great sense of self. But for us as a system, the hard work had to be done by dad and the nanny because I wasn't about to change any diapers. Still haven't to this day. We're just not doing that.
did you never change any diapers?
No, that's disgusting. I don't want anything to do with human waste whatsoever. I
But
became a
you in
doctor
the
first.
you part of the medical field.
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with human waste. I was a command surgeon and I was an epidemiologist. So I'm not dealing with any feces, poop, bile. We ain't doing none of that.
But
The
you
blood is
in
fine.
the medical field.
Yeah, that's for nurses. I know that you guys don't know how to draw that line of delineation, but nurses do the nasty work. We do the simple work.
So you was in contact with blood and
Yeah, that's not a problem.
everything else, but you can't deal with feces and waste.
Not doing that. Nope. The process that it goes through it smells different. When you open a cadaver, it's a different experience as well. And it doesn't smell that bad. Okay. But poop, babies, that raw stuff, oh my God. The first time I ever smelled it, I was like, oh, I'm going to die. And I threw up. I just couldn't believe something like that could come out of such a little precious little thing. I was like, that is
I
disgusting.
I have changed every last one of my children's diaper. Every last one of my children either peed or poop or both for me.
Yes, like, oh my God, that happened. My daughter
but
did it to dad, and he was just playing with her and stuff after a bath, and he had her up there by her butt, holding her little butt, and all the little poop just, I was like, that's it. Oh God. Oh God. That's when I smelled it. I was like, I'm out of here. I'm not ever coming in here. You let me know when this is over.
my oldest son he had caught me off guard, right? So I was changing him. He been hitting up on squirted me, right. I dodged, but I had my hand cuffed under his booty, right, and so
Yeah.
he squirted up. And I had his hand cuffed that he pooped all in my hand and stuff.
See, yeah, no.
I was
Mm-mm.
like, boy.
Yeah, like I can't. I feel like those stories are so funny now. And but to me in the moment, I remember being so disgusted. Just like, this is just not what I was looking for, you know? Yeah, but he said I'm too cheap to have more than 3 children in my house, so he said we're gonna be eating noodles and spam.
Hey, Mr. Bridge, you gotta do what you gotta do. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
We were a military family, so we traveled quite a bit. My kids were raised all over this world, so they're pretty diverse and multicultural. Um, but they ate a lot of noodles. Believe it or not, like most of my kids are fluent in Korean, Japanese, Mandarin, Chinese, yeah, and Vietnamese. So, but they speak multiple languages anyway. But that's what resonates with them probably most. So they've eaten lots of noodles and rice.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, how many kids did you want? Because you're the guy.
Um, I I wanted four. I
Well, look at
currently
you. You got a
I
Brady Bunch
currently
now.
yeah, I currently have six now, including two my wife has. So it's a total of six now, which that's awesome to me too.
Yeah, the more the merrier.
Hmm.
Because I always say the more kids you have, the more fun you have. But I sometimes find it to be difficult because so many of my kids, because I think they are, because I've had so many twins, I notice with my twins, they don't relate to people like other people. Or even like my single kid, my single child, the only one I had that was born by himself. He's different. He is different. He has a very social life. He reaches out to friends and stuff a lot more than other people, you know?
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, how could you even like people like that? But the rest of my kids, they're like they're on in their own lane. And you have to basically you gotta break down barrier. They're like a cult. You gotta get in here and you gotta earn the right to get in here. Like it's enough of us already. We don't need you. you know? But for him, he has outside friends, but very individualistic thinking. Um, and nobody can tell him what friends to pick. Like we've tried it. I think our parenting has always been like experience, experimenting with each one of them and their personalities. With him, he's very headstrong. He's very driven. So if we say, "Oh, that's not a good friend for you. It's not a good look," he's like, "Well, it happens. There's that."
Yeah.
He's gonna continue his course. Still gonna be friends with him. He's like, if we find something out, hey, he was on house arrest or things like that. He's like, well, yeah, that's rough.
Yep. True.
Like, if you get busted with him doing these things, you're gonna go to jail, right? I doubt it. I won't get busted. I'm not around him when he does those kind of things. He got other friends for that. For him, he's like he's very interesting the way that he thinks, and he's very deeply spiritual.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
he's so different. Like, but all of them are. They're very unique kids.
Yeah, and that's good that they all of them have a different personality, so all that could balance each other out. Yes, it's the same way with my children too. All of them got different personality. They be tripping me out. Yeah, all of them. Yeah, all six of them.
Yeah.
They be having me rolling all the way
I
together.
have 7 boys and 4 girls, though, so I've had some interesting things because we got more boys, and but girls fight in a different way. I've learned so much about how they develop, and I'm like, oh my god, I was never that girl. Ugh. It's just the way they're so girl like, but they got so
Hmm.
many of, I think, my qualities because I'm more like very down to earth, more tomboyish, into nature, don't care about getting dirty, stuff like that. Like, so they got that part of them, but they also have a very catty part, like all of this little vindictive stuff they do. I see them plotting on one another, like, oh, she wore my shirt. I'm gonna rip up this, or I'm gonna say the dog
Hmm.
ate this. I'm gonna feed this to the dog. Like, that's just how they are. So they're interesting. It's been interesting to watch. And now I just have one daughter in the house. My baby girl is 17. She turned 17 on Saturday. So
Hmm. Happy birthday.
oh, thank you. And she's the only one who is the only girl in the house still. So it's it's
Yeah,
hard because, like she
yeah,
just is the whole show.
yeah. Our household is outnumbered with girls. Yeah, we have four girls and two boys.
God, I could never do that. Not no. I can never do that. Like I saw the thing with your daughters and stuff. I could never do girls. That many girls around the same age at the same time. Mine are
Yeah.
offsetting. So when I had twins, I was a boy and a girl, a boy and a girl, a boy and a girl, and there was a lot of years between them. So I think that that's what made life easier for. I couldn't do too many girls in the house at the same time. Like Thanksgiving at our house and Christmas at our house is like I'm going outside even
Hmm.
now because I don't want to hear it. Don't care. I'm not interested. Like tell it to your dad. Like sit there. I just for me, I just don't. I don't want to be a part of the gossip because they have so much, so much. Gossip about
Hmm.
what other women are doing, and it's a lot. Yeah, women can be messy. I agree, Rush, though. Mandarin is not just a future, it's here already. I don't know how Lone Wolf feels about that, but yeah, Asian people are not only taking over currency, but I think also culture in so many ways. You know, my kids are into K-pop and all what's that K dramas. Don't know. They're into that stuff, and they read comics that are Asian comics and stuff. I can't think of what you call that stuff. Can't think of the name of it. Manga, I think. Manga. I don't know. But it's definitely taken over our culture in an interesting way, for sure. But I wanted to know how you guys felt about this because I felt like this topic is a very important one. I think that we need to be having more conversations with our kids about where the directionality in which we're headed in as a country, as a world, as a nation of people. It was interesting to me. I had a conversation with a young lady. She's a fairly young mom, and she happened to be the mother of my son's girlfriend, and they're cohabitating now. Okay. And it was her first time meeting my son in person. They've been living together for over a month. For me, I would want to know the man that my daughter's living with, right? I would want that. That would be essential.
Yeah, it's different. This generation is different. So
And then, when she said to me that she was not encouraging her daughter to get married, she was like, "Well, I don't think she should get married. I think she should have her fun." I said, "You do know they're having sex, right?" For me, like I'm a very blunt person, right? So, my husband's like, "Oh, let me just. I'm gonna not be in this conversation." So he knows that I feel strongly about relationships where you're investing your emotional and spiritual and physical energy in the person. Like my son comes from very serious conditioning, family dynamics. I will write you out of the will, literally. Like you're not having any illegitimate kid. We're just not doing that. We're not a family that does that. So if your kids are illegitimate, they will not benefit from this line. So my thing is, what if something happens to him and she ends up pregnant? How is her kid gonna get anything? You know, like I don't know. Like I wouldn't know because if they're not married, I got questions. You know, oh Tammy, if they're not married, I have questions though. I don't know if that's truly his child.
What?
It's America,
hmm.
but her mom said I think they should just be having fun, taking trips. I'm like, no, I think they should be investing and continuing to save their money and getting married.
Wait, what do I need to turn off?
Oh,
Oh,
you have
here.
to turn the show off in the background, probably.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know I'm live. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Wait. Oh, okay. I do have two open. Okay. Hello, Dr. Jefferson. How you tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I guess I'll make it. And hello,
Official
Not,
other therapist.
it's the
Your
other
your
therapist.
people, your people call me Urban for short, so that's cool. Hello, how you doing, Miss Tammy?
I was gonna log on and show my face. I can't find my lipstick. I was like, I was
Doctor,
getting ready for bed. So what prompted this conversation is very interesting, and you're right. We do need to talk about it. And we don't need to talk about it in codes. I heard somebody saying on the radio a few days ago that we should let Aaliyah, just rest in peace and nobody should be talking about what happened to her. In some situations, I'm a firm believer that we do need to talk about it, and that's how stuff like that continues to happen. I know that's not the topic, but it's similar to
Yeah.
what we're talking about with the condoms and the one night stands and whatnot.
Well, all of it.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
What prompted this conversation is Doctor Jeff said she was drinking her gin and juice. That was the
right.
triggering moment there, and we just went from there.
Is this an adult show? No, I'm just
Mango
kidding.
madness, mango madness,
And that prompted this whole conversation.
mango madness, naked juice.
Oh, hey.
No, this conversation was prompted. I've done a thorough review on so many things, and I've had so many accountability conversations. I've streamed over 100 hours of content in the last 3 months. I was quite proud
Wow.
of that. That's a lot, but
It is a lot.
Yeah,
But you
it
do it
is.
so well, so I mean, you couldn't even
thank
think
you.
it was so many hours in 3 months, honestly.
I appreciate that. But I finally have reviewed all of the content that I've streamed, all of the hours of content that I reviewed before streaming the different shows. Cynthia G, Nyla Speaks, Tanya TKO, Kevin Samuels, Umar Johnson. There has been so many people that I've had
Oh, yeah,
accountability.
because we talked about Kevin Samuels just a little bit last time I popped on.
Yeah, but I've talked about a lot of people. And I've talked about and I reviewed a lot of content, a lot of their content to prepare for those shows. And so I wanted to talk about what I feel is underneath it all. Because I think oftentimes we're just looking at
surface.
Yeah, we're just looking at the surface things and that's it, Even having the conversation about Brother Polite, there are things that we didn't
right.
there are things that we didn't address because I don't think that we were prepared to address those things simply because we are a culture that has been cultivated, molded, shaped to accept whatever comes as long as people can partially accept us with our
right. I agree with that.
Yeah, so for me, I delved underneath and I was just like, what is really going on that has, kind of thrown us into this loop where our children are so desensitized to the atrocities and the chaos that they are a part of.
Well, it definitely is not the Trump administration because we were having those issues before him, may have intensified them. But I think a lot of this is parents are not, our parents is who trains us.
Yep.
And with electronics and games, that's who's training our kids.
Yeah.
And we don't even talk to them about what that game might look like the further you go.
Yeah. I think that people have become so accustomed to changing their face to fit the narrative, will accept them temporarily. There is no more authenticity left in the world. And
you got that right.
Small pockets of it. And those small pockets get shut down immediately.
I was just looking at a quote because probably a couple hours ago, I got really sad because of feeling alone and advocating for an issue. And it's almost like nobody, confronts nothing, anything.
Yeah.
Nothing. I'm like, is this not important to y'all? Even with racism would end, right? If everybody who told us they sorry about it implemented something different about it.
If they became more intentional, you feel?
Just, it ain't even got intentional. Stuff is wrong. Change it. But we also have a system that encourages some of that.
I agree. But I think that the system that encourages racism at this point, I think that it has to do with the fact that we're so concerned with cancel culture
Girl, that
that
too.
we're not a culture that accepts differentiation and rejection. So I think that there's a difference when we say institutions are inclusive instead of accepting of differences, right? In
Oh,
people.
yes, ma'am.
And so what I see is that more people, more institutions are accepting
Mm-hmm.
different races, right? That means that they're tolerating difference, but it doesn't mean that they are inclusive. And
Come
so
on.
inclusivity means that we understand the importance of differentiation, individuation. We understand the importance of people being and looking and moving and thinking and doing differently than we do without infringing on our basic rights for being human.
And
And I don't know, I feel like we need to move into a place where that becomes the norm versus,
oh,
we're going to be accepted,
yeah.
because it creates this sense of entitlement almost in black people, young black people, where
Yeah.
everything has to be labeled as racism. Do you guys not notice that?
I do notice it.
In order for them to get something out of something, all they have to say is, "Oh, it's because I'm black."
Mm-hmm. And that automatically, or it's racism, or you doing this because,
Yeah,
and that is why,
a store closing at regular
girl.
hours. Okay, a store closing at regular hours now.
Mm-hmm.
Their hours are listed,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
If that store does not decide to stay open, it's racism.
In the black neighborhood, it's racism because you all didn't want to be at the zip code.
Yeah,
And some of that may be true, but not all of that. Not all of it. And the other thing that I think, Dr. Jefferson, is that this world has taught our children no empathy
yeah,
for anything.
yeah.
Half the things that are done because you don't have empathy for that next person.
Yeah.
Grateful. Mama's birthday back to buy Jordans, the latest Xbox, all of these things, and think that is taking care of their children. And
But
it really is not.
it's contributing to the problem, because the
Oh
reality
my.
is we're not helping our kids understand that they need to be earning, they need to be deserving of things that are put in front of them. It's saying that they are entitled to them. So when they become more entitled and they start act out in that way, we have to understand that we're the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Children.
I'm a, I'm gonna address Casey's question if that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not realistic today, but neither was slavery, right? Getting out of slavery. All of these things that happen, the advocacy happened because they didn't think it could be realistic that let's take the Montgomery boycott. They didn't think everybody's gonna walk 20 miles to work. But guess what happened? Because we wanted change. And if we want change, let me tell you this. Everybody had to step up and complain. We don't even say anything about wrong today. I don't care if you got a wrong cheeseburger. Well, I just eat it. No, go back and get the right one. And I think that's why it's so frustrating when people see it, just like cocaine and crack. So for cocaine, you might get 2 years. For crack, you get 10. You know, so those are the inadequacies that I speak of. They are things that can be addressed in 1.2 seconds flat with no discussion because they are wrong.
Well, I don't know. I'm a person who stands very heavily against illicit substance use. So across the board, I do believe in examples being made. The judicial system has a responsibility to make examples of people who commit crimes, and it's meant to discourage those people from doing those particular crimes. So for me, I think the lessons have to come out of the experience.
Well, I'm not saying that they don't need to face the judicial system. I'm talking about how can powder cocaine get 2 years, a person convicted, and then crack cocaine gets 10.
Because
Same substance, except this one is cooked.
Because it's heavier and it's more potent. And it does more detriment to the brain. So the overdose effects are more.
That's the first time I'm hearing that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look that one up because I'm gonna have to look that one up. Yeah. I find new stuff that I haven't heard of for all the time. So thanks for educating me. Thank you.
But you're welcome. But my thing is, I think that we have to understand. To me, I feel like I've always believed that they both should be the same. The penalty should be the same. But the biggest part of this is not the time that people can get. It's about the fact that they're still getting time over and over again for the same crime.
Right.
Saying that we are not intelligent enough to learn from our previous mistakes in a way that moves us away from the behaviors that don't work in our favor.
Well, I don't know.
That's what I say when I say the deeper issue. So I don't want to look at the surface issues because I realize that people are naturally going to do things that go against laws because some people, the vast majority of people, feel like laws were meant to be broken. However, if we are people who respect laws, respect our citizenship, honor our privileges that we do have as American citizens.
And Black Americans don't have that much.
But they do. They do.
I don't agree with that.
Because,
give me an example of what?
Okay. I'm gonna give you this example, and I know a lot of people are gonna be like, "Dang, she said that a million times already." Right?
I haven't heard it.
This is my favorite example.
Okay.
So, a Black kid sitting in a classroom with white children came from a Black neighborhood. Let's say that Black kid made a friend out of this white kid that's sitting next to him and said, "Come on home with me. Come play the video game," right? What are the chances that that Black kid can give that white kid his address and expect him, and then we're talking about right now in these days, and expect that white kid to show up to his door without bruises, being beaten, being robbed, attacked, anything like that, when that child lives in an all Black community in what we call the hood or poverty neighborhoods?
Wait a minute. So that is an example of they have this. Okay, was the question was they say they have the same opportunity?
They don't, though.
I know, but I'm saying they don't either.
Yeah, it's recognizing that a white kid showing up in a Black neighborhood.
Okay, because I'm like, okay, I agree.
But if we flip the script and we see a Black kid that growing up in a white povertized neighborhood.
Yeah, it's different.
Exactly. A
Black
Black
just had a hard day.
Oh yeah, a Black kid could get the address and they could go to that povertized white neighborhood with no problem. They wouldn't be bruised, beaten, ridiculed, anything like that. If anything, these white people would see you as their equal because you're both on hard times, technically.
But they still might not recognize it, but they still have more privilege than the Black person.
But that's the thing. We all have privilege. The privilege just looks different.
Well, we know that we all have it, but white people's privilege is way more than ours. And I really don't think we have that much privilege. How much privilege?
I don't agree. So let's do another example, a more more immediate example. I did an accountability show about 2 weeks ago on a Black student, and he wasn't the first, University of Washington. So University of Washington is a more white school than not. I talked about in New York, One of the colleges in New York, the same thing, but several colleges we talked about.
How do I turn my face around?
I'm
trying to get my. You see how I came up sideways?
Yeah, you came up sideways.
Okay, I was trying to come in.
Yeah, I don't know how to.
Okay. So I'm listening to the example.
So you're in the recent colleges, Black children have filed for all Black dorms. They have filed petitions for all Black dorms.
And
Black people today.
I understand that. I think they should approve Black dorms.
Okay, wait. So if a white kid did the same thing,
they already have it, Dr. Jefferson.
They don't.
It might not be on paper, but you go in some of these dorms, and that's the whole thing.
Because it's a prominently white university. Because
no, I'm talking about Tennessee State University. They don't have. I'm just giving an example because it wouldn't happen at HBCU because they would be in the minority today, right? But however, if you go to Georgetown University, it's answering the question of I'm the only Black in the in the classroom.
They may be saying that, but that's the thing. Even if they are the only Black in the classroom, you don't have the right to ask for a separate space for Black people.
I think you do
right now.
I don't think it's a problem doing it or having it.
No, because if that's the case, then we can go back to racism, and that means a white kid can ask for more white spaces.
Well, it can't be no worse than what we already experienced, and our children getting traumatized and nooses hung up and spray paint. I mean, that's traumatic.
So those things are very traumatic. I do agree, but it's also traumatic for us to want to repeat history.
No, we want to make up for it because they have conditioned us to think that we don't fit in because that's what they've done.
No, that's you guys conditioned. My aunt was Rosa Parks. She never conditioned me to feel like I didn't fit in. You guys,
it was your aunt. You guys talking about that? We're talking about white people.
But wait, you guys know her for taking a stand for Black people. She didn't take a stand for Black people. She sat down for herself because
she turned into us.
But that's the thing. We have to move away from the misconceptualizations that somebody has to accept us. What we have to be is included, and that's it.
We're not talking about whether they like us or not.
No, it's not about they like you. It's about racism. What do you think racism is about?
Power, money, free labor.
Interesting.
What do you think it's about?
I think racism is about inferiority.
Okay.
So it can't be about money because plenty of people that are broke are racist.
It ain't about today. We said okay.
Back then.
Well,
plenty of people who are broke are racist. Plenty of people.
I think we're saying, I don't know if we're saying the same thing, but I think we're saying the same thing.
But I feel like this is what I feel. I agree, Mr. Brooke. I think that
how are we gonna get diversity if they don't diverse? Hiring a person to be, diverse CEO of diversity something. How do we know that they're really diverse or they're just meeting a standard?
But that's the thing. So meeting a standard, I think that the standards need to go out of the window when we talk about how many people, what the capacity, what do we call that? Affirmative action. We need to stop. I think that we need to get out of that because we're a better society than that. I think that when we're saying that there needs to be, we can't be a person that believes both in affirmative action and segregation.
Yes, we can.
You can.
Because why did we even start HBCUs? Because they didn't want. Oh my! I can't believe you please that. I disagree with that one.
So let's talk about HBCUs. How many people that come from HBCUs actually have retained the knowledge?
Me.
That is needed for them to move into their field.
And how many in a white college? Because they dropping out every day too. I see them.
There's no such thing as a white college.
I said so.
That's what I'm saying.
The white people. What do you mean? Okay, wait a minute.
There's no such thing. So if we think about it, HBCUs have a specific name that designate them as a black college.
And
all other colleges, regardless of the attendance and attendees in those colleges, don't have those labels on them.
I don't think it's a label. We could call it a college that all black people go to.
That's what I'm saying. It's not, but HBCUs are not the equivalent of a college that is not historically known for black culture and black education. Every other college has education that expands beyond American culture and education that takes them into their field, whether they want to be stateside in America or in another country. If you are in a black college, if you are only learning about black politics,
you don't not only learn about that
outside of America.
You don't only learn about that. Most of the book was written by white people.
Yeah, but that's my thing. It's not about only learning about that, but it's about the conditioning your mindset to be immersed in black people.
Because we done had it immersed in white people for the longest.
But no, not really. If other colleges, how many black people versus white people do you think are in other countries?
Well, the ratio of percentage of the population. So if we break it down, I think there's a lot, but we just don't hear about them.
So the thing is, black.
I wouldn't have to look up the statistic, but
black only exists in America. It's only a race in America. Race,
not people of color. So yeah, let's call it people of color.
So people of color exist everywhere, but
absolutely
every college in America teaches about every culture versus honing in on black American culture. That is my point.
I don't agree with that.
It is.
It probably is not. I'll tell you why.
So if people of color, right? If people of color is what we're discussing, people come in different shades and colors every single place in the world. Black Americans are a small margins of humanity.
I understand that, but that does not mean since we're smaller, the incarceration is something wrong when you're 12% and the population in prisons and jail is 75%.
No, I do. I
That's agree. We're not all committing these horrible crimes.
So listen, I agree. There is something wrong. When I said earlier, it says something about us if we continue to be incarcerated for the same crimes without learning the lesson. Guess what? There are a lot of people that are brown, just like you and just like us, in Africa, and they're all brown, all of them. But they have an incarceration rate that is lower than Americans. You know why?
Because we had slavery here. I strongly believe this.
They did.
I'm not saying they didn't, but it wasn't it wasn't for the time period. They weren't stripped of their names, their identity, their ethnicity.
But they were.
It's a different, and I can't compare slavery to any other system. I can't.
Right, but that's what I'm telling you. Slavery is not something that was developed in America.
Oh, I know that.
Africans had slavery.
Already had it.
Before we could ever think about it.
So I understand, but I live in the U.S.
Yeah, but slaves that were sold to American nations came from African nations, and they had already been stripped of their culture.
Regardless,
is a country. It's not. It's
since you were already skipped
cultures.
Since you were already stripped, we're going to just do it more, and it shouldn't matter because you already started that way.
It's no such thing as we're going to do it more.
I'll give an example to you because you said in Africa you said they were out. Huh?
Yeah, you had once you become a slave, you no longer have any culture or tribe that you are now attached to because you can be traded, bought and sold.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But it started in Africa. So
I understand that too, but America is the one that benefited the most off of it.
No, it's whoever you ended up with.
No, I'm talking about the cotton industry. The only reason why it was so successful and sit all over the world was through slave labor.
Okay, so we might say that, but we also could say that equally the root was only successful as it was because of African slave labor.
And I don't have a problem with that either.
The compounds and building. Yeah, but the point is, slavery is a construct that has been around for ages in every culture, not just.
They called it indentured servants, and then some countries called it slavery.
No, in Africa, it was slave labor, and whatever you guys wanted to call it over here, It's those just your English language that moved and evolved from British English, but still over there they still were slaves. Period.
But it didn't last a lifetime.
It did. As long as it lasted over here, it had already been incorporated over there for hundreds of years. That's
okay. So
that's what Black Americans get the story.
No. But let me ask this, because this is what it sounds like you saying, and I wanna get it crystal clear, right? You were saying that since Africa had it longer, lifelong, then it was okay over here to continue that practice?
I'm saying that the practice started there and it wasn't ending there because they started to branch out. It's just like creating cigarettes in one country and selling them to the next.
They brought it over here with them.
Yeah, they were already slaves when they came over here.
Right. And all I'm saying is
it didn't change anything, but it gave them freedom versus other slaves. They can't get freedom over there in Africa. If you are enslaved in Africa, you die in slavery. You don't get freedom.
But that doesn't make it right, or it doesn't. For me, it doesn't make it an excuse.
Right. So it's not an excuse. I'm a pragmatist.
It sounds like you're minimizing it because you said, "Why do we have affirmative action?" We have it because they wouldn't let us into schools. They wouldn't let us on jobs.
So I understand that then. I'm talking about now.
I'm talking about now.
So right now,
it would take us 228 years, some odd number, to ever get the wealth of white people. Because they go way back. Those monies go way back.
So why is it that you assume slavery was about wealth? Because only 10%.
It was about power. It was about money. I'll give you. Let me look it up because I know it is. Because I don't think it's just about one thing.
Only 10% of white American people own slaves.
Okay, but that doesn't make it right. Everybody, that's true. Everybody.
It's not about what's right or wrong. It's about what makes sense. So you can't make an argument that white people are the problem.
I didn't say they were the problem. I didn't say they were the problem. I was stating what it is, but I still do. I believe more today that they're the problem wholeheartedly than even back then because they try to get away with it.
So for me, because I'm a pragmatist, I look at what's conducive and what's not conducive. What's conducive is that slavery, the construct of slavery, existed for a reason.
What was the reason?
It was a way to punish people. It was
I agree with that.
First
formation, or to pay a debt.
That's to punish people, because if you build a debt and you know that you can't pay it, that's committing a crime over there. So it still was a system of punishment, and it still is today. We just call it something different. We call it imprisonment. But still,
I agree. I definitely agree with that.
But so the thing is, oftentimes those sentences would hold for a lifetime and you would die in slavery. What I see is the reality is that people came over here as slaves because they were sold to colonizers to build a new world instead of being in slavery where they currently were, and they ended up being free, generationally speaking. While the people that were still enslaved in the spaces they were enslaved in originally, they died in slavery. They never got freedom.
But that's what I'm saying.
Generations of people stayed enslaved.
Well, how does that? Okay, and I agree with that.
Some are still enslaved now. But do Black American people put up a fuss about that? If Black Americans,
they sure don't. Exactly. And that's what my point is.
So my thing is, if Black American people felt so strongly about equality, the Black American people who are descendants of those same countries where that same slavery existed then, that they managed to wiggle their way out of, they would go back to those same countries where currently in Liberia
and it shouldn't be.
In Liberia right now, they would take that same energy over there.
No,
right now.
I didn't grow up there. They took my culture away. What am I going to? I'm going to give you an example of something
they took your culture away. That's what I'm saying. So they took your culture away in Africa before you were ever here. That's what I'm telling you. These slaves were bought, paid, traded. Bought, paid for, traded. Bought, paid for, traded. Bought, paid for.
But they were in Africa. No, and they couldn't strip it. We don't even know who our last name is.
So they also did the same thing there. Africa is
But
not.
what does that mean? How does that equate into?
It equates to Africa is not a country, it is a continent. There are several cultures, there are several last names, there are several countries there.
Right.
So
I didn't say every continent.
You were bought and sold several times in Africa. You lost your identity then.
No, but you could still remember it.
No,
because you were still
you were forbidden to. So right now, if you go to Africa, you cannot. If you're Igbo, you cannot speak that language. If you were a slave,
I agree.
So you're a person, you can't speak that language. So you're going to lose that language in the same way. So whether you're enslaved here or there, it's the same.
It's still wrong here and it's still wrong there. So we can't expect for people to just bounce back when slavery was over.
So there was no culture from a slave when you came here. That is the point. You had already.
I don't understand. It probably was not, but I don't understand how that equates into what we were talking about regarding.
So you're blaming American culture for taking away your culture when you were brought on a boat to America. You had no culture. You had no last name then.
We would complain if we were in Africa. I mean, in the country in Africa, we would still complain about it. It doesn't matter the location. It matters that it's wrong.
So the point is, American colonizers are not responsible for removing your last name and your legacy, your history.
Okay, we can take that out the picture then. They called us Johnny.
So
but that still does not remove everything else that they did.
Like what?
Like beat you to death. And don't tell me because they were in another country that happened that it was okay.
I'm not saying
it's not okay either place. You know what happened during slavery. I'm just saying it was not okay regardless.
So I'm talking about pragmatics. The pragmatics of slavery is that in America, slaves were afforded an opportunity to become Black Americans. That's indisputable. In Africa, slaves were afforded the opportunity to die and to give birth to more slaves in Africa. So they could never get free and still are not. By comparison are the same lines, the same generation of slaves. One got away, came to America, and eventually became free. And one is still entrapped in slavery to this day right now in Africa.
You think that people willingly came over here?
What do you mean? They were slaves. They didn't.
And I don't think pragmatic is the word, because we can have two different thoughts, you know, and it doesn't mean that either one of us is right or either one of us is wrong.
Yeah, pragmatic.
But pragmatic kind of leads somebody to think that, you know, things are, you know, this is what happens, and you got to look over here. Even if we looked at everywhere, the damage is done over here in the US of A.
So pragmatic does not mean that one idea is wrong and one is right.
Well, I understand that.
It helps us to understand that there is a means to an end. That's it.
It's still a theory.
So whether it works for the people that are doing the thing, whether the outcome that they set out to achieve was gained, that's what it's about.
Right. But it is still a theory. It's not a fact.
It's not a theory. These are facts.
Dr. Jefferson.
I've researched.
What?
So I've researched.
Well, I'm gonna have to do some research tonight because
when I'm
not that well versed, but I know that's not the truth. So, it might be one of the what somebody thought.
Yes, I had guests on the show that are direct descendants of slave ancestors in Africa as well, but that wasn't for me. This 100 hours of content didn't come by way of theorizing.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that we theorize about the whole career choice of, you know, mental health. Most of the stuff we do is theorize.
That's based off of theory, but accountability conversations are kind of a little bit different than that. So it's about allowing people to be the expert of their story and learning from their experiences.
Understandably, and the fact that that family may have had that happen to them. But it don't mean that 30 other families did.
So the construct of slavery, right? And I'm not saying that every family experienced slavery and the outcome of slavery in the same way, because they didn't. All slaves were not created equal, even in America. What I'm saying is the constructs of slavery in and of itself, the purpose of slavery in and of itself had a legal binding idea behind it to help shape people into people that would obey laws.
And they had a financial
And
tie
still
to it as well.
Well, it's
That's
always about finance. So if we think
That's
about,
what I said at the beginning.
it's all about financial reduction of costs on people. So if we talk about laborers, right?
Labor,
If you go out and you commit a crime and you're put in jail, right? What do you think you're doing while you're there?
if they were in jail?
Yeah.
Working?
Incarcerated people.
That's how the train gang got started. And I'm not saying it's not it's been for many, many years. I do agree with that. But I don't think we should lean on that when it comes to all the things that we lost additionally.
So I don't believe in dwelling on the atrocities of the past. I believe in doing what it is that we can do now to improve the outcomes of the future. Now, I do believe that there are a lot of things that a lot of Americans feel like they lost. But for me, when Americans tell me that when they refer to us and we have lost things, I want to know which ones of your slave ancestors were you directly in contact with, your particular line that gave you this story. Many Americans are not those people. Many people don't have a story that has been passed down by their direct descendants of slavery. They have a story that they read in a book. That, for me, is enough to divest from that particular conversation. So I've had several of those conversations. However, I feel like the ones that were the most meaningful for me to take something from it and learn what the experience was of our slave ancestors, as a person who has a grandparent that was a slave directly during the ending of slavery, right? That piece right there for me says that those words are more valuable to me personally than what's in the history book. Why? Because that was her experience.
Right.
Versus somebody else's projected experience in a book that was written by a person that didn't have a direct experience with slavery. Does that make sense? It doesn't invalidate their story, but it invalidates it to the importance of the legacy of our lines and my family. So for my kids, we can talk about what slavery looked like and how that helped us and hindered us as a system. Because for us, particularly as a system, we believe in handing down accurate history. Those personal accounts of our ancestors specifically. Right? So that's important to me. So when you talk about cultural legacy and doing and understanding what has happened to our people, it's important for us to have an accurate depiction of what has directly affected our people, because many times these conversations that are being had by these people that want to say that, because Black people were enslaved mean that they were negatively impacted. Sometimes they're the same Black family when they finally do their history, ancestral lines. They're that same Black family that benefited the most from plantations. And they didn't even know it. So for me, it's important to know your history. So that doesn't take away from that individual experience, right? It doesn't take away from the ideas, whatever theories a person may have. But for me, I operate off of facts. Facts of the perceptions of people that have dealt with these particular situations. So that's the only thing that I go off of. And that's the only story that I can retell and redistribute, because that's the only story that matters for my line. Now,
but it's not the only story.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Each story is about one person's perception, one person's story. But when you've turned your story over to another person, that person can write that story as they want.
And I have a little sign. Your story matters. Write it for yourself.
Yeah, but I think that people have to be valid in their spaces where they know a particular thing has affected them in a certain way. But for me, when I talk about the pragmatics of it, when we make arguments about the lines of delineation being crossed or missed as a result of slavery, that's going to be something that happens. Are people going to work without being paid, but it benefits the other person that they're working for because they're enslaved? Of course. Prison systems are literally modern day slavery.
I understand that.
It was a traditional way of paying, debts owed to society, or people being punished for crimes they've committed. It just wasn't pragmatic. So
I guess my point is, it doesn't matter how we got it. We're still deeply affected by it. And the laws are in such that they go against us every single time. We have financial issues, economic inequalities. You keep naming it. And I don't believe that it matters so much about the past. That's just the foundation. But even today, we deal with racism on a whole nother level than anywhere else in the world.
So I think that even today, Black people are racist and white people are racist in America.
Okay. And that's your belief, but that is not what the scholars say.
Well, the scholars don't dictate.
I didn't say it is, but I'm just saying, you can say that all day, but that doesn't mean that my family is still affected by it in a different way.
So I'm not saying your family is not affected by it. So what I'm saying is the facts are there is no science that documents the history of Black people being racist. They don't.
And okay, so that proves, since there's no documented history, that it's not true.
That proves that there is a documented history of privilege in Black society.
Okay, we can talk about Tulsa. You know, Oklahoma, nobody had heard about. They were moving and grooving, and what happened?
I was the main person that advocated for Tulsa's story to be released. My grandfather gave it to me several times. So
who burned it down to the ground? If we were so privileged, we didn't have privilege. We had a town that we built up. We thought they would leave us alone, and when people found out about it, they came and blew down it.
That's not what happened, but it was.
Well, say it your way. It's just a different way to say it. But go ahead. How did it happen?
Well, the stories kind of wrote about it. There were pictures of it, and some people still have newspaper clippings of it. Like you do. But for this, so Tulsa was a massacre that was as a result of a person being accused of something they didn't do.
Okay.
And a society that was so far right that they couldn't sit with the possibility that that didn't happen.
Right.
So the burning of the city came as a result of the war. And it was a war. Literally.
And it did cripple that community, like it would cripple any other country involved in a war.
So it didn't just cripple the Black side of town, because Tulsa was divided by Blacks. The Black caucus advocated for segregation, very much like Black people are trying to advocate for segregation now. And it was approved by Congress. Okay. And they created the 25% rule. As a result of that, Black people were able to build and take their reparations from slavery and acquire their own individual wealth, have their own banks and things like that. This particular event, they never had any issues with the way that this ran. This particular event stemmed a fire inside of people, very much like we see George Floyd. And it was the exact same thing that happened in the aftermath of George Floyd being murdered. So those same people, it was Black people that burned down their own city. This time.
Okay.
Wait for it. It's Black people that burned down their own city this time. However, there was a combination of people, Black people, white people, fighting on both sides of the story with this particular situation, where this young man was on the elevator with that young lady, and they could not make sense of why it is that woman reacted in the way that she did. So that means he must have done something wrong. Sitting in the outside of at a press conference is where this all came about. When the bullet was fired, things happened, and they were all ready to go to war. We're talking about a group of Confederate soldiers, Black, and these particular soldiers were definitely ready to go to war, and they waited for it because it was a misconception about who was doing what. As a result, not only did half that town in that area, which was on the white side of town, burn, but also the entire Black community, because in an attempt to try and salvage the rest of the Black community, they protected them in the best way that they knew how. Because those people without combat skills, those women and children that they were trying to protect, they put them inside of encampments, of course.
But Dr. Jefferson, why did they call it a massacre?
Because it
could have been that a Black child hit on a white woman. But why did they call it a massacre, and not like casualties of war?
Because all wars are massacres, believe it or not. But it was a massacre because so many people were killed. It was thousands of people.
Mm-hmm.
And there were so many shallow graves dug and things like that. Eventually, they tried to bury it because the Black Caucus decided that
But why? If it was so much the culture, why try to bury it?
Well, the Black Caucus decided at that point it was a better idea for them to bury it instead of cause more chaos and have more Black families travel across the world and continue to lose wealth. Instead, they would rebuild wealth in a different place. However, the aftermath, there was a tremendous amount of trauma, and those families that did rebuild wealth, they didn't do so in the Black community. They invested in other communities outside of their own because they now had a different mindset and believed in inclusivity instead of exclusivity.
That might have been one thing, but the other thing is because some legislation came out or something that gave them that did a study or whatever happened, but they didn't do it on their own, is what I'm saying. They didn't rebuild because they had money and property stashed, right? They built, they were given the money to do it. Go ahead.
Every Black family from that area, after seeing the detriment that happened in that time, in that space, and seeing and wanting a different life for their young people, because they were very happy before then, they decided collectively to leave. It was a better decision.
Right, but why should they have ever had to? I guess that's where I'm at.
Well, when the aftermath of war, you rebuild. You get money to rebuild, right?
You
can either choose to rebuild what's already lost, knowing that the camaraderie, knowing that the atmosphere is different, or you can choose to stay in that same space, mindset wise, and go to another place and get a fresh start, because you know what can happen when we further divide ourselves.
And we also feel that if I don't leave, that means that I'm going to be protected and watched, because nobody stays that's where I felt comfortable, or that's where I was born and raised. But it doesn't mean that just because I left, I have an easier life, or I'm.
So two things. The vast majority of them weren't born and raised in Tulsa.
Well, I'm just saying, for instance.
So the Black people moved from the slave state.
Nobody born here.
Oklahoma. So after slavery, at the end of slavery, when they got their reparations, Black people moved to Oklahoma in order to build Black Wall Street, in order to build an exclusive Black community. So that's where they chose to get their start.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. But the second thing was not about ideals around where it is that they were attached to. It wasn't about safety. It was about creating space for growth in a place they knew Black prominence was already growing. And that's why they moved away to places in the North where we were already growing prominently, and you contribute there. So it's not about, I think people get the story misconstrued and they become so upset when they're learning about it, simply because there is more misunderstandings when you see that things like this have been buried. But there is a reason for it, I guess. But it comes as a detriment to society, because when you're learning about it in the aftermath, you're not truly learning about it. It just opens up old wounds.
It opens up the old wounds, but it also gets us stitched back up with the new wound that's still happening. I mean, these are because earlier in the show you said that past behavior is an indication. Wait a minute, current behavior is an indication to past, right?
Current behavior is an indication of past conditioning, or lack of conditioning.
So why would I want to keep this story silent? Why is that even? Why did we just learn about this? I mean, I'm not a historian or a history teacher.
I didn't know about it. My grandfather lived through it, and he told us. So
good.
we still have family there. So
I bet they don't speak highly of, that event.
So everybody did not move. The people that stayed
Yeah.
there had a tremendous amount of impact on a continuation of the history and the legacy. But it was definitely a family thing, not a worldwide thing, because they didn't think that it was important to spread it worldwide for a reason.
Because
You
I
got to
think the
understand the
reason
nature
is
of
because
black
they
people back then. The nature of black people back then were very pro-black or Afro-American. And when things like this happened, they were more ready for war. There was already a tremendous war that happened there already. So we wanted to be able to salvage what we had and continue the relationships that we had built. So the story was buried to not continue the same cycle of violence.
Well, it did continue because we still, it would have proven that we were still not equal. We still was turned down for jobs and schools and all of that stuff. And I think we need to talk about it because it can happen again, which we almost are there.
So yes and no. Back then, there was no such thing as black people being turned down from schools because we didn't intend for black people to be amidst white people. That was never
Of
the
course.
intent. So the idea was for black people to leave slavery and recondition themselves off of their own dollar and not
how if they didn't have a job? If they didn't have property, an animal, they offered them to be indentured servants or something on the
absolutely not. So when these black people left slavery, they had their reparations as a result of slavery. Depending
how much
on
was the reparations?
It was enough for them to buy that plot of land together.
They did it by trade. Some of them did it by trade, digging, helping keeping the garden straight, and they split the bounty.
Nope. That's the people that came in
the
aftermath.
True. That's true, Dr. Jefferson.
So those are the people that came in the aftermath after the society was already being built.
Lord, I got a lot to learn about history. Listen.
Yeah,
we have to have a show just about history of black lives.
Actually, we've talked about we've done this show back in June, I think. We did a show about that space in Oklahoma, the undeveloped land there. We covered the whole story because actually our family reunion typically goes back to this, and it's been going back to this same story since 1970. But we hear the story so much and it's grained so much. Our parts and people that we're still family members with, because we still have our land, my family. So it's really important for people to know their history. That's why I say that.
It ain't much to know because we don't know it.
Well, I think that what happened is so many people stopped passing down history because there are so many people who started to just invest in having children outside of families and stuff like that. It's just, I feel like it's a lot that contributes to why we are where we are, but it all kind of goes into a lack of information. So when we don't,
and I think that might be true.
If we don't continue to cultivate our children and give them that information, and we just look at them and we're thinking that they're property versus human beings that need to be cultivated, we lose sight of our history, and they do too. So now we end up in cycles where we're repeating history without even knowing we are. So that's the reason I say that when Black people ask for segregated housing, we're asking for the things that your ancestors literally died for.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying I agree with it. But all night I've been just bringing up points. Y'all think I'm talking about me, which I do agree with it. But I have some very good reasons of why. I just think we get mistreated. So I got to think about that one.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, right? So here's what I disagree with. I disagree with the fact that we think that us being mistreated equates to a particular group of people that are not looking like us, that are not our same race, feeling a certain way about us. And we ignore the fact that us, we mistreat ourselves the exact same way that other people do.
Okay, but does that make it right?
So it's not about what's right or wrong. It's
yes,
about
it is for me. Because you're gonna lean on that every single time, and that can't be the excuse.
Because that's what makes sense. So mistreating people is a human issue. It's not a race issue. People will.
It's a race issue. It can be that it can be an addition to it. Okay. But for me, it is a race issue.
Okay, so if we looked at the actual stats of Black people that died at the hands of other Black people this year alone.
Oh my goodness! Don't tell me those are apples and oranges for me.
It really isn't. So it's still.
For me, it really is. It is.
No, if we compare that to the number of Black people that died at the hands of white people alone because of race, or
it doesn't matter. The white people are hired to serve and protect.
So that's the point, though.
Okay,
but when you the cops, because I'm not looking at just the cops, I'm talking about white people, Black people in general. So I understand a larger issue at bay.
Well, when there's a liquor store on every block, it's so much that it's not like we created some of the the events that happen. We don't add to it. But the system definitely does.
Okay, so wait. So historically, liquor stores, bootleggers, that's not a Black creation.
I understand that it started in North Carolina with the moonshine.
So that's not a Black creation.
I didn't say it was, but the liquor stores are not everywhere. You might find one liquor store in a white neighborhood. You find 20 in the black neighborhood on the same street.
Because they didn't create it. So if it's not for them. So I think it's interesting. We have these conversations, but we don't. So it's what makes it nonsensical is this. Mm-hmm. This is our creation, and Black people fight for, we want something that's our own. Stop stealing stuff from us. And then the moment that the other race don't steal it from us, we got a problem with it. So Black people created bootlegging.
Black people did not create no bootlegging, Dr. Jefferson.
Yes, we did.
I just watched they did not. Okay, well, we must be going way past North Carolina.
Yeah, we're going way past North Carolina.
Okay, because I'm like, no. We
taught the creation of moonshine and spirits.
Okay, they might not have created it, but North Carolina grew it because it was forbidden at the time. It was a law.
Exactly. So
that's why moonshine was created.
Yeah, so North Carolina, it was North Carolina actually learned how to profit off of these same things.
Right.
Before it wasn't for profit though, it was for enjoyment at the parties, and the slaves created the alcohol.
Oh, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that is, I'm not disputing that.
So no, but what I'm saying is we have this particular thing that is literally has been tied to our history. Our creation, and that's the one thing that we still have. And yes, it would be a lot of liquor stores in the Black community because that's number one way that the Black community wants to drown their sorrows.
That's
it's on both sides of the spectrum. Okay, and I'm not talking about other communities. I'm only talking about us.
I understand, but I don't agree with that either. I mean.
Well, let's take an overall consensus. If you're Black and you're watching this show and you've never had an alcoholic beverage,
they have.
No, wait. The question got to be finished. To celebrate or to drown your sorrows. Mm-hmm. If you've never done that, then type a 1 in the chat. Okay, that's the point.
Everybody's gonna say they are, and I'm not disputing that they are. It's not by demand that 4 liquor stores is on a street.
Yeah,
because people want to drink.
It's about demand. So everything.
So you're saying more black people want to drink. So the man. Why not? Because that's what they see when they walk out their front door.
It's not about if they see it on their front door.
Yes, it can be.
Okay,
it's a lot of things that I do.
Okay,
because I see it. So I ain't craving a corn dog, but I see the corn dog truck going by. Oh, I want a corn dog.
So back in the day, in the 1920s, 1930s, when Black people had entertainment. and there were these little clubs and stuff that would pop up here and there, owned by Black people. Little hole in the wall parts. I mean, joint. What do you think was the prominent means of entertainment?
Drinking, all the trauma that they went through during slavery, during the civil rights movement. We can go on and on. That's the coping mechanisms they were taught.
But wait, so not just drinking. It was more smoking than drinking back then. That's what I want to point out.
Smoking cigarettes or marijuana or what you talking about?
It was cigars back then. So smoking cigars and entertaining music. So jazz music, Black artists and stuff like that, live bands. That was our primary means of entertainment. So more juke joints led to alcohol being a part of the equation because you had so many people now also drinking when they smoked.
Right.
So now they sold alcohol and tobacco products in these same juke joints, but they also gave the entertainment, but eventually the entertainment died out. You didn't need live entertainment. You only needed booze and the entertainment to be playing in the background.
Oh, okay. But
so
that still doesn't answer the
cultural things.
So you don't think it's by design.
No, it's about demand. So when you demand a thing, when a population of people demand a thing, production increases.
Understandably, but more people ain't wearing cotton clothes. You know, it's a lot of things that you can relate that to.
I can relate it to everything. As the demand for alcohol and clubs went up, the demand for churches went down in the Black community. Yes or no?
Okay, did the demand for churches go down?
Exactly.
It probably did.
So as we're looking at the dynamics, they were supplying and just like we put a liquor store at every corner, there was a church in every walking distance, every 6 miles. Those churches closed down because Black people no longer invested in religion. They invested in the juke joints. So if you had less people going to church, you think they're going to continue to build more and more churches? No.
And so I don't think that we get to see how many churches was built. It's about how many are on each corner. And churches are on each corner in the Black community today.
They're not, though.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
Look, I got to see this. Because I do think, is it liquor stores or churches? I'm sure liquor stores is more.
Liquor stores than churches. Why? Because people do not go to churches. So if the churches have to close down because the demand is low, they're going to supply less churches in those said communities. But we know that there are more churches in white communities because there is a higher demand.
White people go to church more than Black people?
Shit if I know. I'm just going off of the science. Money keeps things in operation.
I understand. You chase the money down and you'll see.
Exactly. So
and that's the sad part.
At supply and demand, we look at the violence in the Black community. There is no church, but there are liquor stores, and there also are drug dealers on every corner. But we look at the Black community,
you got that right too.
In the white community, then you see less drug dealers and liquor stores and more churches.
Well, I think you see both. I do.
I'm just saying less. I'm not saying that they're eradicated. I'm talking about less. So the thing is, we have to ask ourselves, what is wrong with the way that we appropriate those things that are helpful for us? So is it helpful?
You leaving it on us to get that together?
We have to. That's why they create therapists. We're supposed to be the people that go in and help them actualize in a way that they can move forward in life, not perpetuate the cycle of inadequate coping skills, because we are broken as they are. We're supposed to go through our own healing so that we can be in a position that seats us to help other people heal. So for me, it's not about going and devaluing the fact that this is a thing that is happening. It's about encouraging people and empowering people with the tools they need to overcome what is happening right now that may come as a detriment to them.
I agree with that. I can agree with that.
Yeah, so racism, for me, racism is a part of a bigger issue, and that is human deconstruction. Because human beings are being deconstructed because we're being desensitized. If we're not sensitive and we're not empathetic towards humanity. we lose sight of the value for even ourselves and human life in general. So that makes us go and want the spirits versus wanting the spirit.
Well, it says that Black people, this particular journal, Black Americans attend church and pray more often. Wait a minute.
Black people, you know, that's not look. How updated is that?
This is
And what
February 2021. But wait. Hold on, because maybe it's talking about. Wait a minute. Let me see.
Right.
Go ahead and talk.
So the realities are every person that has ever committed a crime against humanity. You think that these people that are in these, because we just watched the sentencing for two different Black men, August and June, who were responsible for murdering their own children and wives.
But okay,
Black men, Black children.
Black so that's supposed to give us we're supposed to be punished, and that's supposed to allow the excuse for that. What the white
excuses?
Police? Oh, okay.
I don't believe in excuses. I believe in understanding what's happening in our society. In order for us to understand what's happening in our society, we have to first call a thing a thing. So I could care less how many white cops, very minimal, are killing Black people if the number of Black people murdered by Black people.
Apples and oranges.
It's ridiculous.
Black people are not tasked with protect and serve.
Some of them are.
No.
Yeah, some of them are.
Well, some of them are, but not the majority. It's more of them than police officers, and it's more. So that's white police officer to kill. I think it's apples and oranges.
Okay, so let's talk about that. That's why I made the statement about church.
Well, it says right here. Hold on, let me read this.
It's a man's natural position in a family to protect his family.
I don't care what that says. I'm talking about who we hire.
So first of all, people are not hiring a white officer. You're hiring a police officer
who happens to be white.
The law. It doesn't matter if he's white or Black. When we say police officers are killing Black people, these are Black and white officers.
You might have heard of it's substantially low, and we can't just say that blanket statement without saying what was the circumstances. And it may even have been the right circumstance, but the way I'm gonna give you this point. George Floyd was killed, and Black people held their stomach because they didn't know if he would get convicted or not. That's the issue.
I never held my stomach.
Well, I did. And a lot of people did, because we know how faulty the system can be and racist.
Not. That's called conditioning based off of trauma, not logic.
No, that's called, I don't believe that they're going to convict this man. It has nothing to do with trauma.
It does.
For me, it does not.
So every time a person breaks the law and there is outstanding evidence as to how they broke that law, people.
And you see them get free all the time.
No, you don't.
Yeah, Black people you don't, but yes, you do.
No, you don't. There's not a single time that a person has broke the law and there was outstanding evidence, whether they were white or Black, and they didn't get convicted.
And I can get you 10 cases or more that it was. It's innocent people in jail all day long.
So I'm not
murders and crimes they did not commit.
Wait, I'm not saying that there are people that are in jail because of crimes they didn't commit. What I'm saying is there has never been an instance where there was outstanding evidence against a person for committing a said crime and they were not convicted. In George Floyd's murder, there was outstanding evidence, 17 different camera angles that showed the entire situation before it even escalated.
We saw that in Rodney King too, and they never got convicted.
No, you didn't, because there were no cell phones.
We saw the footage on TV of George Floyd. We didn't need 17 cameras because they stayed in one spot and he had his knee in one spot. It was not running around. And we had the video of the Rodney King.
So the video of the Rodney King situation is not as mitigating as the George Floyd situation.
I'm not comparing the two. You asked me about if there are name some other cases. And I'm saying, even
where there is mitigating evidence, overwhelming evidence that crime was committed.
Well, if the police officers hide it all, it wouldn't be none.
But that's the point. There is nothing to hide.
I understand it, and it's still happening. Breonna Taylor, still happening.
So even in the Breonna Taylor situation, that was not hidden. Why do you think Breonna Taylor's family took a settlement?
It wasn't because they were scared the officers were not going to get charged or arrested. I would have took a settlement too. I miss my daughter.
Well, I saw the evidence. I saw the evidence. So I'm, as a social justice advocate, I'm going to tell you right now, they didn't take a settlement because they thought that somebody wasn't going to be prosecuted. Like I said, where there is overwhelming evidence.
Of course.
Overwhelming evidence.
So the other side thought they would lose.
The law. That's when people are convicted.
You keep saying a blanket statement.
That's not a blanket statement. That's just period. That's what it is. So prosecution is about what you can prove happened. It's not about the feelings and stuff that are appropriate for the moment, because they may be very much appropriate for the moment. But there are reasons why people are exonerated of certain types of things when they do things when they're police officers. Police officers
they never get exonerated.
And they do. They are.
I know they always do. I know.
These shootings, because what they call a good shooting. So if you are a person who has committed a crime, and let's just say a shooting, because I know a lot of Black people like to talk about Dylan Roof because he went to McDonald's.
Oh yeah, Dragon. Oh, in North Carolina. Yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
So a lot of people want to talk about him. Okay. Did we talk about John Lee Malvo?
Yes.
Do you know where they took him to eat?
Oh no, they didn't. Oh, I understand they didn't take him nowhere.
They did. But do you know where they took him to eat?
Where apparently I don't.
That's my point, though. For Black people, it's not important for us to understand the way that they communicate with Black people who have committed these same types of crimes.
I agree.
This man went across state lines and committed more than one.
Who?
John Lee Malvo and his what's his name? Nephew.
You can't compare cases like that.
Yes, you can. They're both.
No, because each state has a different law to fit.
It's not state
category.
No, that's a federal crime. So they cross state lines. They committed crimes in multiple states.
And I don't disagree with that.
And they're Black, both of them, and they were both taken without being shot and killed. Why? Because in the aftermath of doing their crime.
Come on, please.
Do you argue that?
That is no. Who?
Do you argue?
Who argues? That is not. Lord. They didn't get hurt because they was found asleep in the car. They caught them when they was asleep, and by the time they woke up, they had them in cuffs. And it depends on which officer, which city, which state, because each state has their own federal FBI. Ours is called TBI, right? And it's implemented in separate ways.
So TDI is
federal law has nothing to do with it. People get done up in federal laws, federal cases all the time.
So these two men committed a greater crime against humanity, and they're Black men. But the argument from Black people is that Black people can't go and be.
That's one person.
Not one person. It was
they
two
can't be the only. Well, you know what? We're gonna have to have a part 2 to this show.
Right, it was 2 of them, and then I just told you we watched several cases where these other 2 Black men were taken.
It don't matter if none other ones. It doesn't matter if no other ones were done. It didn't deserve that. He didn't deserve it. It don't matter if he was the first one or the 10 millionth one. What they did was wrong.
So you're right. For me, it's the fact that they all murdered people. Okay. They all murdered people, unsuspecting people that didn't go before a firing squad, and they were murdered with weapons, guns. So for me, what matters is this: justice was served in the same way that justice was served for Dylan Roof. Justice was served for Derek Chauvin. For me, what's important is when you have overwhelming evidence that a crime has been committed,
it does not guarantee that you'll be found guilty or innocent, because it's got to go through we have a different judicial system. And people can say it is right, but each state, each county, each city implements it in a different way. They might not say that.
Absolutely not.
But it becomes the police culture. And usually they send it to federal when it's a gun issue because of that very reason.
Yeah, but those are still federal. Both of these situations are federal crime. The only thing different is the race.
The lawyer is different. The opening statements are different. You can have all the best evidence in the world, but when it's presented wrong, it can go either way.
Process is the same. The prosecution process is the same.
I understand that, but the prosecutors are not, is what I'm saying.
So it doesn't have to be a different prosecutor. It doesn't matter who the prosecutor is.
It don't matter who it is, but it matters how they handle the case, is what I'm saying.
So if you have, like I said, overwhelming evidence.
Overwhelming evidence got people put in jail too.
That's what I'm saying. Overwhelming.
Look at the Central Park 5.
Leads to.
They had overwhelming evidence with them too, right?
Who?
Central Park 5.
Oh, you're talking about to exonerate them, not.
No, to convict them too. We know today that it's not, but it was so much made up stuff when you tell the story. But who knows what was true and what was not?
So that's not overwhelming evidence. So personal accounts
at the time it would have been, because they done stole all the evidence and put they done wiped up stuff, is what I'm saying. They've made changes before the report was done, before they get to court.
So here's the thing. If I felt like the prosecution could in some way mishandle a case, there are processes for me as a citizen.
Dr. Jeffries.
Petition the court to make sure that this case.
And what does that do? If you were in Bucksnort, Tennessee, and that's a real city, right? What would that do if the case was handled there versus the case being handled in Nashville, where there's more information, stronger prosecution, more witnesses come forward? In Black communities, they don't come forward to testify.
I agree. So for me, I feel like that's a problem, and I've attested to that on previous shows as well. So it still boils down to us.
But
that can't
boils down to us, but you're not talking about the factors of why they do it. It's not, they don't do it just because they want the violence to continue. They do it because they're scared to come forward as a snitch. Because just like there are laws that can be embedded in your head.
Oh, I know.
And snitch is one of them. You better not tell nobody. Why half the stuff go on and half the stuff? They'll call the police and no one wants to testify because they'll be seen or they'll be killed, threatened.
So it's not that I even disagree with that. But my thing is, if your will to uphold the wrong is greater than your will to uphold the right.
And are you talking about each of the people that are...
I'm talking about the people who are choosing to not speak. You're choosing the lesser evil.
No. Okay, and that means what?
Situation. So it's still about your own self-interest versus...
It's about my safety.
Of your community.
It's about the safety of my kids. It's about the safety. Well,
let me say this. If you're going to allow a murderer...
Yes, I will.
That you saw stay on the street, you're not worried about or concerned about the safety and the continuation of the legacy of Black people. You're more concerned about...
Come on, Dr. Jefferson, you can't believe that.
No, I know that.
I'm scared and I got this apartment. It's the only place I have to live.
I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm not saying it's not normal. Okay. What I'm saying is we have to be able to call a thing a thing.
It's not a thing because they have been conditioned not to speak.
But
they have been conditioned.
We can't say that we can't say. So if we're Black people that say it's okay for us to be these type of Black people, how is it that we're also Black people that advocate for the police to take a stand and say that when police officers are...
Because I have a right to testify or not, to be a witness or not. And for my safety, for my job, it is so many things that I need to lose. I didn't stand in front of the citizens of the city or county or federal government I serve and take an oath to protect and serve. That's my job.
So you
That's
don't
my duty.
job. You don't think that that's your duty as a Black citizen?
No, I don't.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't. I even had to do it this year, but I did testify, and I was so nervous, so nervous of the things that would happen as a result, and I'm still nervous, had to move.
Right. And so I'm not saying, right, so that means that you moved away from your own personal self-interest for the greater interest for your community. So just like
my best interests are gonna come first.
But that's what I'm saying. It didn't come first in that particular situation.
Testifying, it didn't come first. It did come. It didn't. You're right. It didn't, because I wouldn't have testified because I was worried about my life.
So that's what I'm saying. So even though
you must be saying stuff different, because I hear something different. Okay, go ahead.
It's because you're on the defense, and that's okay.
I'm not. I am not. It's just no, I'm not. I just disagree with some of the ways you put things. I'm not in defense.
Make a sacrifice. And we put the interests of other people above our own. We are no longer acting in our own self-interest. We're acting in the interest of the greater good. It's very much as us signing up, taking an oath, going to combat and fighting people on their territory, enemy territory, so it doesn't bleed onto American soil. We don't know you.
Okay, I understand that.
These American people. But we had a choice as to whether or not we took that oath and went and fought in these wars.
And I made a choice of whether I was going to testify or not.
Exactly. So my point
that didn't mean
you made a choice to step up and say something. You become a person that you can't sit in the.
You act like it's so easy to do that for people who witness anything. If they can find a judge's house and shoot 2 family members to death, right? Then they can find me.
Right. So I'm not saying that it's easy. What I'm saying
is what it sounds like.
We have to do the difficult things. And so you think it's easy. I was a prisoner of war 4 times, tortured.
Okay.
I'm a decorated Purple Heart recipient.
And that may be true, but we're talking about Sally with 6 kids living in the corner apartment of the ghetto.
So the point is, this is my
point.
It's
different circumstances.
I'm not saying that it's easy. What I'm saying is sometimes you have to make the difficult decision. You made it.
And I made it.
Right. So the thing is, sometimes people have to remove themselves from the personal interest in order for them to move for the greater good of their community.
No, the greater good of my community is going to come second every single time.
But you testified. So I did. That's a direct contradiction.
I did. I had the choice of whether to, I didn't say in every case. I have the choice to either testify or not testify. Yeah, and I didn't do it for my community. I did it for myself because it was wrong and he needed to be in jail.
So when you say you did it for yourself and it was wrong and he needed to be in jail, did he directly threaten to kill you?
Of course he did, 3 times.
So before he directly threatened your life, did you think about moving?
I don't think I did at that time. I didn't.
Did you think about going to the police?
No, I didn't. Not at that time.
So did you think about the people that he had actually committed these crimes against before?
I did.
So before you made your decision to testify, because you said he had 3 times to threaten you.
Right.
At some point, when you're thinking about all the people that he killed, you are no longer the primary person that you're concerned about.
Well, I understand that.
Him going to
jail.
But that's what I'm saying. Him going to jail means that he is now outside of community. He's no longer a threat to your community.
But he's still a threat to people because he can still do things that are just plain wrong. And when I mean that, I have a choice of whether or not to do it. I don't think the answer is always you need to do it for the greater good of your community. I don't.
No, on the surface it's not, but underneath the surface it is. Because if he made a direct threat to kill you, What you know is like everybody else knows that has common sense. He can still get good on that threat regardless of where you move.
Well, they have a program in Tennessee, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they have one in your state too. It's likely that he could have, but it was going to be hard.
Yeah, but if a person wants something bad enough and they're into murdering people,
But that doesn't mean I don't do due diligence to keep myself safe until he does it, right? Moving is an attempt, but since I know he's gonna find me anyway, I'm gonna just stay here.
Saddam Hussein is dead, right?
That's what they said.
I can attest to it.
Okay.
I'm telling you personally, he took a lot of precautions, extra precautions to protect himself.
He slipped. One of his people blurted.
Nope. That same intel was already there.
It does not matter. He deserved to be caught. They had to find out some kind of way.
So here's the thing. It doesn't matter how many precautions that you take.
I understand that.
If a person wants to kill you,
they're going to kill you.
That person is going to kill you.
And I'm not going to give it an easy route to do it.
So, but the thing is, the route doesn't matter to them. There's no such thing as easy and difficult when it comes to murdering people.
Well, yes, it does.
Either way,
yes, it is. You don't know what the circumstances were behind on the murdering of the person. It's not a one size fits all.
So actually, it is. Taking a life is a one size fit all. It's a mindset. So if you decide,
now that's what the white officers are saying, and that's why. Are you saying that's why they get let off?
Why? Who gets let off?
The white police officers.
Not white. Well, Derek Chauvin is white. So if that was true, then he wouldn't have been convicted.
That's one person.
It's several white police officers that have been convicted.
And it should be tens of thousands.
Probably. And some of these police officers had really good shootings.
I know.
But they're still convicted.
No, they. You give me one that has been convicted. They did if all the mitigating evidence was on the table, why did they get what they got?
Because the convictions were based off of them taking a plea.
So why would they take a plea? Because they felt like it could go either way. That's the only reason why people take a plea.
Right. Or they take a plea because they're ignorant to the system.
Okay.
But either way, taking a plea means you have a specific sentence that you can guarantee for yourself.
Right.
Whatever it is that satisfies society or the legal system at the time. But that's still, taking a plea doesn't mean that you're guilty or not.
Taking a plea means that you're not so confident that the jury you get or the judge you get is going to believe that information. And it's a 50-50 toss-up. So I'm going to take the plea where they give me 10 years instead of taking the chance of me getting 50.
I mean, a lot of people have taken pleas and they've not committed the crimes. When you say innocent people are locked up for crimes that they didn't commit, sometimes you don't have a good alibi. Sometimes you just, because
I didn't do the crime.
Being accused of something. So some of those people took a plea, not because they did the crime.
Let me tell you why I think some of them took a plea, because they didn't have good representation. That's why. The attorney was lazy. He's supposed to go out and get the evidence.
Well,
when he advised his client, well, I know you didn't do it, but you better take 5 years or they're going to convict you 10. That happens all the time.
Well, attorney cannot make people take a plea.
Well, I know they can't, but they do. Just because it's in black and white don't mean they don't do it.
Oh, I know. Well,
okay. I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm not saying they don't encourage their clients.
But they are influenced.
But I've seen several cases where people took a plea, not because of their attorney's advice when they should have gone to trial.
It's always an outlier.
Other things.
But the majority of people who take a plea, damn it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My computer went dead. I thought that. Okay, I thought it went out.
What I'm saying is this: sometimes people take a plea and they end up serving time for things they didn't do, but it's about what they cannot prove. So if I can't prove without a burden of I
understand all of that, but that's not the situation I'm saying. I am saying that it's a lot of innocent people locked up in jail because they were advised by their attorney to take a plea.
I don't think that means that they're.
I'll send it to you.
Either.
Yes, it is.
I've worked on a particular case of getting this one particular person out of jail, and he's the only person that I can say that, you know, from the beginning it was clear that he was innocent, but he still went to jail, and he went to jail because he was set up by Black people, not white people.
And that may be true, but Black people ain't freeing people, sentencing people. So they had to have a connection some kind of way.
Technically, they do. That's what juries are.
Exactly.
Juries are made up of Black people too.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at cases where Black people are sentenced to go to jail for crimes they didn't commit, they're not sentenced by a judge. They're sentenced by those same all Black juries that are
all Black.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
This particular situation, I won't say his name because
you're talking about the case that you were.
But his jury was of all Black people.
I don't believe that.
And sent him to jail.
Where was he living? The jury was all Black.
Yep.
And it doesn't mean because they were all Black, they obviously felt he wasn't innocent. I don't know.
Well, the person was dead. So really all that matters is that a person died.
Nah, it's how they died.
That person died was the biggest thing. And that they had several eyewitnesses.
Was the client white?
Nope, the client was Black.
I gotcha.
But, they had several eyewitnesses stating that was him.
And eyewitness statements do not hold up much in court because people get it wrong all the time.
Those did. And those Black people walked free, scot-free, even though they said they were accomplices to the crime, main crime. But that's not the point. The point is people mistreat people in general. And it's not about race. It's about people, humanity. We have a tendency to do harm to people when we feel away or we don't feel what we need to feel or several reasons.
Some of it is. The majority of it is. It really is.
You think the majority of I can't agree with that. But
you go to the majority on the other end, and I can't agree with that.
Well, I'm just looking at the number of Black people lost.
And looking at the number does not give you proof of the motive behind it.
No. So, I guess it could be that Black people don't like Black people.
It is. You said they killing up each other.
Yeah, but I don't think they're killing each other because of race. I think that they're killing each other because of women.
Money, power.
Yeah. All of those things that they say they killed them for. But for me, what I see is the vast majority of these young Black children that are dying in these streets are not killed by police officers. And I think that is the pandemic that we need to be addressing, because I think that the system has shown us that they will respond to the police brutality. But we are still unwilling to accept the fact that our young Black people are dying in these streets at insurmountable numbers at the hand of one another.
Apples and oranges.
We don't want to call it an issue.
It is an issue.
It's not apples and oranges.
That's a big issue, but it's not the issue that can be
lost. It's a Black life lost.
I agree, but so is police brutality. So it's in the same category. It's just different.
Brutality, to me, police brutality say police brutality, not police racism. So
but it is when you have so many people doing it. What reason did Colvin give for holding that boy's neck?
So that was a different situation. So that's an isolated event. I can name several events after that where police officers have shot Black people and still been justified. So I'm not saying that George Floyd, which is a very isolated event,
it's not
a atrocity committed by a police officer. But I will say that after investigating that police officer history of police brutality, he was known for police brutality against white people, Black people, Asian people, and he killed more than George Floyd. But nobody's speaking those white names because they had substance use issues. So you can say what you want about Derek Chauvin. But for me, I see the real underlying issue of Derek Chauvin, and his real underlying issue is that he had a bias towards people who had a substance abuse.
No.
He did, because those are people that nobody misses.
But we can disagree, and it can be that neither one of us has it right. I don't care, because I don't believe that.
Those are the people that he killed over the last 6 months.
He killed this person over a drug issue?
That's just what I feel. He took 7 lives, 7 people. Go look it up. 7 people died under
I
his
will.
custody. 7 people died under his custody before George Floyd in the 6 months.
Right. And what does that mean? Because they were all drug users?
The only thing they had in common was substance use.
And it means that they presented themselves in a way. And
one
yeah,
say that,
I
but
don't, yeah.
No cameras. So
why? I don't know anybody else who doesn't think Derek Chauvin was like that to him because of a drug situation. Because he was cocky. He didn't care about getting it filmed because he was confident he was not going to get charged. Who does that?
So if
you see all of these cameras taping it, and you continue with the bad behavior.
Right. So if I kill 7 people prior to this person, right?
He was confident that he was going to get off.
I'm pretty confident that I'm going to get off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't think that Derek Chauvin didn't think that he wasn't going to get caught, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he definitely knew he wasn't going to get caught because those previous situations, people turned a blind eye and covered up evidence.
And that's not right either. And that's why we are just now seeing all this stuff, because I think a lot of police departments have covered up stuff like this.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say that doesn't happen either. But what I'm going to say is sometimes it's not only about race, and we make
I agree. But in this particular case, it is.
If that's what you want to believe.
And you can believe it's not. I'm going to tell you what Whoopi Goldberg said one time. It had me thinking, right? Mm-hmm. She said, everything is not about race. Some of it comes from ignorance. Some of it comes from, how did she put it? Maybe ignorance was the only one. They don't know. It doesn't all have to be related to racist. It could be related to, I just don't understand. Or I did something impulsive. Or I didn't mean to do it. We didn't hear any of that from Derek Chauvin.
So I think Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd because of hate.
Okay, I agree with that.
I think that his hate was motivated by racism.
Yes, that's what I believe.
I think that George Floyd was another substance user, and everybody treated him like a human being except Derek Chauvin, the only person that was the responding officer, that he wasn't even the original responding officer, that was one of the responding officers on the scene with a history of having had 7 people with the same similar issues background die in their custody. So I believe in calling a thing a thing.
But I believe everything you just said.
Black people can call it racism. They can call it police brutality against blacks. I don't care what you call it. Either way, I feel like those families of all of those other people who died in his custody deserve the same level of justice.
And if they ask for it, they should. I agree.
George Floyd, but they've been denied that because they had family members who were the people who were unseen, unthought of, unwanted, and nobody would miss, just like George Floyd, until that video became an issue. So for me, I feel like there are certain privileges that come along with being Black right now when things happen, and other people don't get that same level of glory. And I think that the humanistic part says that if we are people that are to understand that there is an issue, we need to address the issue. Hate is an issue in general. Sometimes that hate comes in regard to race. Sometimes it comes in regard to politics. Sometimes it comes in regard to ideals. For me, I'm a person who welcomes all ideals, whether they align with mine or not. So it's important for me to understand what motivates people to think the way that they think. I just simply I refuse to think in a way that does not work in my benefit. Because if I can see the acceptance and I'm creating the acceptance and I'm working hard to do so, another person can elect the same option. That doesn't mean that they will, right? Doesn't make them wrong for not. But they have the opportunity like everybody else who selected that same option.
I don't think that's true.
So
It may look like the same opportunity, but there are very different factors from one person to the next.
Of course, personality shapes the way
it's a lot of stuff. So I don't, yeah.
And it shapes the way that we view our options as well.
We don't all have equal options to everything. Is that what you're saying?
You don't think so?
No.
Okay. So explain to me how everyone doesn't have equal opportunity.
You don't have equal opportunity if you fight for it. Explain to me why everybody wasn't enraged when this police officer had his knee on his neck.
Oh, they were.
No, they weren't. The police department wasn't. The union wasn't.
Yes, they were.
No, they were not.
That's why he was sentenced.
No, he was sentenced because he was guilty.
So he was only guilty because there were other people, including 911 operators at the dispatch, including other police officers.
And I've seen that done so many times, and it didn't have anything to do with the outcome of the case.
So it's not about the outcome of the case. It's about what's before us. He was guilty because he committed a crime, and other cops also agreed that he committed a crime, and they called for backup and assistance and a supervisor on the scene.
And so for 9 minutes, that's what it took.
Yes. How long does it take you to get across town in your city?
I mean, I drive fast. It depends on how fast you're going. However,
so you're sitting at your desk like that particular lieutenant was, and you're doing paperwork that's a part of your job, or you're dealing with a grieving mother, or you're dealing with a rape victim in your office, and you get the call to assist where Derek Chauvin is committing that crime. How long do you think it'll take you to drive there?
It depends on where I'm at, how fast I drive. So let's just, for instance, say it took me.
It was 7 miles away.
Well, let's just say it took me 18 minutes.
Mm-hmm. To get there for Derek Chauvin to kill George Floyd, though.
How many minutes?
It only took him 90 seconds to murder him.
If he had known, he didn't believe he was murdering him. Had he known that George Floyd was going to die or had died in 90 seconds, which I don't know how that can be proven.
He did.
Okay. But it did not dismiss the fact of his intention. He killed him in 90 seconds, but he kept his knee down for almost 10 minutes.
George Floyd was good and dead when the paramedics checked him.
And what does that mean, though?
He died. So Derek Chauvin, I just told you, Derek Chauvin.
No, it doesn't prove the point.
Killing seven different people in the months prior, the 6 months prior to him killing George Floyd in the same way.
Okay. And,
either way, there are police officers on the scene who agree that he's not necessarily operating within the ideal protocol. They cannot attack another officer in the moment. All they can do is call for a supervisor, which they had already done. So getting a supervisor on the scene, including the various 911 calls that are being put into that same dispatch, it takes time. But either way, George Floyd would have died. He would have died
if they followed police procedure.
But that's the point. Derek Chauvin was never there to follow procedure. Those officers,
I agree,
is not to intervene in another officer doing exactly what he's doing.
I agree.
He's breaking the law, especially with the crowd there. So there are a lot of mitigating factors considering.
What mitigating factors? I agree with all of that. It does not negate the fact that he did not follow procedure. Number one.
He didn't.
And if he had known, he had no emotion.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah, he was.
This man was dead. And that's probably the saddest part. And I think we would probably do a lot better if we would acknowledge that police officers, most of them are on a power trip. They don't care. They use their badge as a weapon instead of a protection. You wouldn't tell your kids to go up to the police if you see something and tell the policeman. I wouldn't.
I do.
Come on. Nope.
I do, and I trust in our police officers.
Well, I don't know where you live, but over here in North Nashville, it ain't like that.
I live in Atlanta, but I put all of my trust in our police force.
All your trust in the police force.
Yeah, yeah, I
Come
do.
on, Dr. Jefferson.
I do. So I don't believe in lawlessness, but I also I don't uphold wrongdoing. I know that our police.
But that's what you're actually doing.
Absolutely not. I know that our police force in Atlanta is one that is functioned and shaped around integrity. I know that they'll do the job, and they have.
And those were too. It doesn't mean that it's not some narcissist police officers out there waiting to kill somebody.
So I'm going to say it again. The police chief, their lieutenants and captains at that police station had several grievances and complaints filed by these people, family who died in Derek Chauvin's custody prior to him killing George Floyd. So, no, the integrity of that particular police force was not up to par. So
it doesn't, but it's kind of dismissive of other people. But the statement is kind of dismissive of other police forces, right? Atlanta, I'm sure if I did research, Atlanta would have just as many people die at the police hands.
So it's not saying that we don't have people die at the police.
Well, what are you saying?
I'm saying that we don't have bad shootings. That's what I'm saying. So we don't have the same amount of bad shootings and murders and suspicious circumstances that people are dying and ignored complaints and grievances. That's what I'm saying. Atlanta Police Department, Cobb County Police Department, Gwinnett County Police Department, Sheriff Department, Douglas County Sheriff Department. These are sheriff departments and police agencies that pride themselves on integrity. I can say that because I've worked with these people hand in hand. I know
you ain't worked with the whole force.
But I have. I do training.
You have not worked with every single person. People act differently in front of people.
I'm pretty sure they do. But
yeah, I mean,
what matters to me is that their records.
Everybody's record would not show that, is what I'm saying.
Suspicious deaths are happening. That's what matters to me.
It does not. You know what? And it's apples and oranges for me. A suspicious death, to me, is different from an officer committing a crime.
Well, a suspicious death leads to you understanding that possibly an officer did commit a crime.
Okay, and I'm not disagreeing with that.
So for me, if Atlanta PD had those complaints that were not investigated, there were no outcomes, like in that particular area, then I would say that we have the same issues that we need to fix. But that's just not the case currently. That's what I'm saying. There are other issues they have, but not those issues.
Again, I don't think that that's just one size fits all.
Well, it's not going to be. It's not about making a one.
Let's see how many shootings die at the hands of police.
It's about noticing a trend, noticing inadequacies, noticing when things don't add up, and noticing when people hide evidence. That's what it's about. It's about calling each individual thing a thing. So if there was a one size fit all, then of course, we could be having a different conversation. But I know that in Atlanta, if there is a complaint, it's going to be investigated.
And I should be able to pull this data up really simply. But it will, maybe I'm not putting the question in right, but it's just talking about the overall shootings and not specifically police shootings. But I want to look that up because I don't know how true that is.
We have police shootings. We just don't have those suspicious ones. That's just not an issue. We only had one.
What's suspicious?
Brooks, where they're asking whether or not the police followed protocol in a shooting.
And probably you don't have as many because people don't want to say or investigate it. All I'm saying is it's a lot of times people don't come forward with additional evidence because they're scared. I don't think that is just I think that is intentionally done, I guess.
Well, the way that I see it is this. If you are a person that resists arrest, if you are a person that believes...
That does not mean I need to die.
if you are a person who argues with the police and put up a
That does not mean I need to die.
I think that you welcome aggression from the police.
No, you don't, because they should have tools just like flight attendants in de-escalation. And sometimes these police officers, just like the correctional officers, hype stuff up. It should not
so that's
lead
the same thing.
to someone dying.
So you are, if you are an aggressor to a police officer, I think that police officer has every single right to respond with the necessary force, whatever.
And it don't respond to the necessary force, they kill you.
Well, sometimes you might end up dead.
No, it ain't. I shouldn't end up dead is what I'm saying, because I talk back to a police officer.
No, I'm not talking about talking back. So
I talked aggressively at the police officer.
So you didn't hear me. I'm going to say it again. If you are,
I heard you clearly.
Responds with physical aggression is what I said.
Who does that? None of the people that we're talking about responded to police officers with physical aggression.
Rayshard Brooks did.
One person. I'm talking about the many.
So that was the only
kid.
So maybe you didn't hear me. I said that was the only case that we had that was a suspicious shooting here in Atlanta.
And what I'm saying
is national news. So he responded with physical aggression. And it definitely sufficed appropriate responses of physical aggression.
And if it's suspicious, then they can't prove it one way or the other.
Well, it's a million camera angles. So
but they can't prove it one way or the other.
Well, you can.
I don't believe in and I think that since Atlanta probably is a black, area, they probably do have more black on black crime than police, shooting a black person. I'm sure of that.
Well, no, there are not more black people in Atlanta than white people. I'm not going to say that.
I didn't say that it was more. I said because it's a black area. And Atlanta does have more black people in it. The city of Atlanta.
I'm not going to say that either. So the city of Atlanta, Fulton
Are you trying to disagree with me to disagree?
No, what I'm saying is in the city of Atlanta, we're talking about a large amount of area. So I'm
not talking about the outskirts.
No. We're talking about Fulton County is considered the city of Atlanta. Inside of the city, Fulton and DeKalb County is Atlanta. And so the dynamics of the population, you might see one side of the street that's heavily populated with white college students, and another part of the street, which is the right across the street, that whole block of 7 houses or so on this block.
The police come and they'll go to the block with the black people on it.
And well, no, they're the same technical block because they're literally across the street from each other.
And they'll go to the side where all the black people are to find out what they know first.
Absolutely not.
And arrest them.
No, community works like community. So here in Atlanta, it's not about divisiveness about race. It's about cohesiveness in solving crimes. Crimes happen.
That's supposed to be what they are.
Whether
it doesn't mean that it's always like that.
Black people doing it. So if there is a crime that happens on that street, they're going to talk to the white people, the black people, the all people together. Because
I don't know what city you live in or who you've been running into, but I tell you, some people having a different experience than yours.
In Atlanta, currently there is regentrification and gentrification processes that are in the process. So the lines of delineation are no longer lines of delineation. That's what I'm saying. So I think that helps further that conversation. The neighborhoods that used to be very, very bad are now not so bad, because that doesn't mean that crime doesn't exist, but they're not as bad. So they're not crime infested, because it's crazy the way they're doing it. They might have a $300,000 house,
Yeah, that's going on in Nashville already,
where people are still on the corner selling boxes.
Oh my God. And these white people walking their dog down the street. I'm like, do they know what this area is?
They're okay with it though. They don't care. Those people that are box, they ain't bothering them.
I will agree with that.
They're minding their business. So it's very interesting to see what's happening here. Like, I'm observing a lot when I'm going through those neighborhoods, because I, for one, still won't move to one of those neighborhoods.
You're gonna miss out on all the property.
That's fine. That's fine. When I went to those meetings, I was like, yeah, no, we're not. They're like, oh, these houses are going to be $100,000 in the next 6 months. Yeah, I'm okay. You can have that.
Right.
I don't want it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
I ain't even buying it for a rental property. So the thing is, I think that we have to understand. I think we have to literally call things a thing as they are, because I think there are pockets of crime in communities everywhere, but I also think there are pockets of crime and inadequacy in police stations everywhere as well. So when I say that, the overarching idea for me is not to be on the offense or the defense one way or the other when it comes to police in general. I judge people from who as they, they are.
Right.
I've been stopped by the police, and I know what you see when you run my tags. So I don't get all bent out of shape when 5 or 6 police cars come up.
Well, that's because you never had that.
I'm aware of what that means.
But you've never had it directly.
They can be offensive. Yes, I have.
You done had 5 or 6 police cars pull you over.
Of course. But I'm not worried about that.
Come on. What are you doing?
Listen, my kids were like,
what was you doing?
It wasn't about what I was doing. It's just about the history. So the thing is, I understand that there is a reason for them to be concerned, because you don't know what you're going to do.
Right.
With certain combat veterans and things like that. So you don't, I think that you have to respond accordingly. Now, after the fact of having initial contact with me, did they have the same energy? No. We were both pleasant, passed one another information and stuff like that, and kept it moving. I
don't understand why they would have 5 or 6 police cars pull up because of that.
It happens. Okay. But what I think that we have to understand that police have their protocol like everybody else has theirs.
And it should not be killing somebody for talking badly to you.
I don't think police officers respond with guns
all the time
when people are talking badly towards them.
All the time. They wear it on their waist.
I'm talking about a drawn gun. I think that police officers respond with force when people get physically forceful with them. And that's what I've seen in the hours of content, police body cam footage, and things like that I've seen as a social justice advocate. Is that to say that I don't see a couple of very suspicious circumstances in certain pockets of places? Of course not.
I didn't see George Floyd assert any physical hostility towards the police.
He actually did, but it still didn't justify. George Floyd had claustrophobia or something like that, so he started to push.
Yeah, what?
Claustrophobia is what he said in the camera, but he didn't want to be in the back of the car because he felt like, he was having a panic attack. So what happens when you're
it could be he was.
When you're having
it could have been caused by the drugs. You're right, but that does not mean he deserved what he got.
Well, no, I still don't think he did. But
why are we mentioning it?
I feel like because you mentioned that he didn't, and I'm just saying that he did. However, in that particular situation,
nobody says that in any report.
What do you mean?
That he resisted. He was aggressive to the police. Now they probably did get scared because how tall he was and how big he appeared.
They weren't.
But he didn't.
I don't believe they were ever.
He was not aggressive to those police officers. I think you need to go back and look at the footage.
I did. I watched his footage for hours.
He didn't say that.
I'm not. So what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna lie about what happened. What I'm gonna do is.
I'm not saying you're lying.
He was not. What I'm saying is what happened to him was not justified, but he did physically exert force on the officer.
And so I said I didn't see that in the footage. I'm not saying you're lying because when you look at something, you do it from 2 different viewpoints.
Well, I kind of did it from a viewpoint as a mother who is disgusted at a man murdering a person and they call for their mother in their last moments. But for me, I'm still not going to look over the fact that this is something that happened. Even though it doesn't justify the outcome, I think that we still have to call a thing a thing.
It's not a thing.
the thing is,
everything can be a thing.
right, if we decide to call it, but we can also look it because we could say just because he was murdered and he was murdered, we're going to look over the fact that this happened because we think that that's justification where we're just calling a thing a thing.
Let me tell you, they pulled out every doggone anything, every reason. He was, it was over a $20 bill. The person shouldn't have called the police. He was using drugs and alcohol. None of that makes you deserve to be dead.
So the outcome is not what they're trying to talk about. They're talking about a process.
Absolutely are.
Ended up being dead because of all of these events. So we can't negate the fact that the police had a right to be there.
They did not. Over a $20 bill that they thought was counterfeit, you bring over a police officer for $20?
So you're saying that having a counterfeit bill is not justification?
It is not when it's $20. Had I come to pass out 5,000 maybe, but not for $20.
So how would you know it's 5,000 bills if you didn't call the police and they didn't investigate
That girl knew what the bill was because he tried to give her a $20 bill. She tested it and it was fake. So, I don't think I'm giving you an example about the $5,000. You do not call in police over $20.
You don't think so?
No. You lose 20. The city lost $20 in gas just getting there.
So it's not about losing money. It's about that.
It is about the fact that it took away resources from another more severe crime.
Not really. So for me, this is what I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole because breaking the law, I don't believe in lawlessness at all.
It is not about lawlessness because all the laws, let me say, are not equal to everybody.
But they are.
They not.
If you have a $20 bill and that $20 bill is
$20,
it doesn't matter what bill it is.
And that's no. I want So I'll get that one. No, ma'am.
Well, for me,
it's so many. You know what announcement they started talking about in Nashville, Tennessee, Davidson County. If it's a car accident or something minor, do not call out the police officers. They will not come out to crashes unless it's a severe accident. And they did that because they don't have enough staff, because police officers are quitting every day. It's kind of irrelevant to call out for. You hit each other's car, exchange the information, and move on. What is the police officer there for? They don't comment on who's at fault anymore. So why would they be there? $20 to me is so insignificant.
Yeah, so you're looking at the smaller part of things. So that says that you don't have a history in understanding money laundering in the greater scheme of things.
$20 does not equate no money laundering.
Let me finish this. What happens is when you are laundering money, okay, you the only way you know if that money will pass for real is if you go to a place, typically unsuspecting corner store or Walmart or something like that, and you test the bills, and they only print laundered money in $20 bills or less.
Okay.
So the money laundering area of things where they're washing money and selling fake money, passing
that has nothing to do with the $20.
It does. So I'm going to get to you.
When you're doing that, what I hear you saying, let me see if I hear you correctly. You're saying that there might have been $5,000 worth of fake counterfeit bills that were going to be spent.
So what I'm saying is that washing money takes you using smaller bills.
I understand that.
To find out if they can pass for real. Once you find out they can pass for real, and let me put this disclaimer out there. I am in no way encouraging people to start washing money or laundering money through any means or committing any crimes. I don't support lawlessness at all. I'm just explaining what the process looks like because as a person with a history of working with the federal government, I know the intricacies of what.
And I have a long history of working in law enforcement, jails, prison, and for forensic court cases. And $20 is not going to make or break the system and should not have called out.
I think every FTC officer will disagree with you. Every FBI officer, period.
I want you to get one, and it can't be Casey because it can't. Nobody can provoke you.
Every one of them will disagree.
Hey, no, they won't. No, they won't. For $20, that man should not be dead.
Let me finish explaining.
They shouldn't even be called out.
And first of all, that's not what I said. So,
that is because
finish explaining the process. You use smaller bills, and once you tested that bill works, you go back and you use the same printing paper, same process to print several bills to wash all of the fake money and get back real money from the banks and the systems because they can't trace it as fake. So, in the grand scheme, in the larger scheme of things, that's the reason that the police were called.
Not for $20, you go catch the $4,900 other dollars that's out there. If he had $4,900 in his car, baby.
Okay, so how would they catch the other $4,900 if
it wouldn't be because they called the police on somebody like George Floyd who was looking for his next hit, if you will.
Okay.
They're not gonna get that from George Floyd. It's $20.
All right. So we'll agree to disagree.
Because I don't agree with that. But I don't agree also that somebody's not going to agree with me. It's been a whole...
Well, no, they would disagree because that's the process, and we know what the process looks like.
Well, that might be the process on paper, but who says that
that's the process, period. You go to
it may be
a criminal in the streets that wash money. Go to those people.
It's not about washing money. It's about him spending $20 in counterfeit money in a store. And even the store owner said that was a policy to call the police on $20.
So that's fine. I don't care what the store owner said, but I'm talking about the federal laws.
And I am too. It's a law on the books, but that doesn't mean everybody follows it equally.
So there are federal laws against washing money. If somebody gave you $500 in fake money as your change from spending $1,000, how would you feel?
I would be upset, but $500 is significant, not for $20.
So the $20 adds up when you have people washing money.
And everybody's not going to do that because people don't want to go to jail for money laundering.
That's the point. If they tested the $20,
who?
No,
a little pen.
$20 works. They will now go back and print that.
I understand that, but that is not enough information to arrest that man over $20. I understand you're saying that he's testing the waters to see if it passes.
I'm not talking about his arrest or any of that. I'm talking about the initial police encounter.
Was because he passed a counterfeit 20.
Being a legitimate police response to a call. That's what I'm talking about.
No. Okay, we'll agree to this.
As I said, there are levels to this. If somebody said,
and
it's a black man out here. If that call said it's a black man out here, I need the police. And the police came, and we were having this conversation, and George Floyd ended up dead because he was black, I would say the police had no business being there.
They didn't anyway. They didn't anyway have any business doing there.
They did, because there was a law on the books that predicated their being there.
There are several different levels to how the money is charged. You could get sentenced for, let's say, the rule is $500 or more is a felony.
You're still talking about sentencing. You're way past the initial police.
No, I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm just replying that I disagree with that.
So is there?
I know there's a law, but I think where I'm getting off the bus is because you keep saying that was a legitimate. I know the law exists.
Okay,
so shoplifting.
So now, no, it's not actually money laundering or attempting to pass off a counterfeit bill is a different charge. But let's go to the next step. Since now you get the first step. If there's a law against something, and you are a person who believes that another person is breaking the law, and you make a call to the police and they respond, that's what makes it a lawful presence of a police officer. You asked for help because there was a law being broken from your perception, and they responded.
And what I'm saying is a lot of policies have changed, and they won't automatically come out with every call.
Yeah, but that call, they're going to come out. I can guarantee you.
They might can come out, but I don't think they needed to be there.
So
that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day,
So there's a greater thing behind the counterfeit money thing. So anytime you're attempting to pass counterfeit checks or money, regardless of the amount, they're going to come out.
I don't think so.
They're going to come out because what's behind a person that's passing this bill, it's not that you're going to definitely be arrested, but you could lead them to the person that actually had you go and spend that counterfeit bill, because now they can chase the paper trail as to where that counterfeit bill came from. That is how the FBI gets their cases to investigate, from small instances like that are reported to them. So it's not unlawful for the police to have been there. What was unlawful is the way the officer responded to the force that was necessary or unnecessary when George Floyd pushed back. That was what was unlawful. So you're arguing a process that does not contribute to the unlawful presence of police.
We could say that the police could be there all day if I called, and that may be true. I guess my point is not whether they're arrested him or not, right? My thing is, why would somebody call the police out in force, because it was 3 of them that arrived on the scene, for $20 bill?
I just explained to you.
It's not a good explanation, because if it was, I would be getting it. I don't understand why that is important. Okay. Because why would you come out for $20? So you saying they come out because of the money washing and all these other circumstances, but none of that are facts and evidence.
But it actually is. If they're going to prosecute the case, if they're going to go through the process, we
don't know that they're going to prosecute the case. In fact, I don't think they even decided to, or at that point, because of what happened.
Because he's dead. So
I said because of what happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So if he's alive, he has information that can lead to the prosecution of a larger case. But what I'm saying is this, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because your only focus is the fact that George Floyd was killed, you want to make everything wrong. And that is
I'm not.
That's not.
I'm not. But it doesn't make everything right either.
So it does make it right for the police to have been there, because a law was in the process of being broken. If you say the police had
digress.
There, but that's what I'm saying. If you say
I digress, because we obviously are not understanding each other.
Well, what I'm saying is this: just because you lead with emotion, I don't lead with emotion. I lead with pragmatics. It's what
I lead with advocating for right.
So and there's no such thing as right or wrong when it comes to these matters. What matters is the outcome. So there is
the outcome could be wrong or right as well.
Not conducive, right? So what is conducive to the overall gain of this particular police presence being a thing would have been for them to keep George Floyd alive. What's not conducive is killing the person that could lead to the greater pyramid scheme or greater money laundering event or whatever. But what I'm saying is his death was something that was not supposed to happen, because if they had responded accordingly with the right amount of force necessary when he did resist, given the fact that he was intoxicated, he wouldn't be having this conversation.
We probably would have, because he still would have been dead. Probably would.
So if he had responded with the necessary force, he couldn't be dead, because he would have gone into the police cruiser of the first responding officer, who had an impeccable record for arrests actually making their way to the station, for one, because Derek Chauvin wasn't the responding officer.
But there were 3 others.
No, he wasn't even the responding officer at all.
I know. There were 3 other officers who called him out because they needed a supervisor.
They asked for backup, but still.
He was the supervisor that was called on the case.
Right, but he still was not the responding officer. So
I understand that. I understand that.
Of the person that was there to make the initial arrest. It would have been their paperwork to take care of. So he still would have been transported to the station. And just so you know, George Floyd had been arrested plenty of times and made it.
And that does not matter.
So that means that he had a higher propensity of living in
It does not.
than dying on the way to the station, given his history of engagement with the same police force. That's what it says. You can't look at
Yes, you can, and that's what I do. You can't look at all the way you look at all the time either. That was wrong. As soon as the police walked up to his car, if you look at his face, if you just look at his face, he was scared.
Which police officer?
I don't know which one. I don't know who came to his window first.
So the first police officer was not afraid of George Floyd.
I didn't say the police were. I said George Floyd was. The look in his face showed he was scared.
So if you just tried to pass a $20 bill you knew was fake, would you be afraid?
No, because he didn't know that that's what they were coming up for. They could have been coming up because of the 7 past crimes, or he had a warrant for his arrest. I would have been more nervous about that than $20. And I don't even think they told him why they were arresting him.
They did.
No, I don't think they did.
So there were 2 other people in the car with George Floyd.
And okay, and
they were arrested at the same time.
Okay, but I don't think that they told him that he was being charged with the offense of counterfeit $20 bill. That's all I'm saying.
People that were in the car with him attested to them being aware of his charges because they stated it to all of them. So those 2 people, they either decided to get together.
Dr. Jefferson.
What? I covered the George Floyd. So I'm pretty well versed.
That is not true.
Okay, we'll go back
and look at I watched the trial. And I went back specifically and watched the other officers because I was curious about what they were going to say.
Not the other officers.
And some witnesses. I understand it was the people in the car with him.
With him. Those 2 people that were put in handcuffs against the wall with George Floyd.
I understand that there were 3 of them.
When he was placed in handcuffs, they attested to the fact that they had told George Floyd that he was being arrested. They told him about his outstanding warrants, and they asked him about the $20 bill. These are the questions they asked him while talking to him, even when he slid down on the ground against the wall.
The moment they arrested him, they assumed that he was guilty.
That's not assuming you're guilty. That's
a presumption of guilt.
You passed
from the moment they arrested him.
So it's either you passed the $20 to the person or you didn't.
This is not white or black like that.
It's either that you have these outstanding warrants or you don't. So if they're in the system, are you not under arrest?
I could be you in 2.3 seconds flat, and I might not be in the system, but just because I'm black, they're going to assume that I'm aggressive. And it has nothing to do with my background.
They didn't
and I think ignoring the fact that there is evidence of black people being,
But that's the thing. You're shifting the conversation. There is no.
I'm giving you another example.
But they did not get aggressive with George Floyd until Derek Chauvin arrived on the scene and got aggressive with him. The initial officer did not get aggressive with him. So it was not because he was black. Those other 2 people were black too.
I didn't say that it was because he was a black. Initially, they didn't know who was in the car. But at some point, they knew he was black. And like I said, George Floyd was 6'5", 6'8", something like that. He was a big man.
Yeah, but they still didn't get aggressive with him. They told him to turn around. He turned around.
Oh, they said it that nicely. Huh?
They put the cuffs on him. Did you not watch the body cam footage? Okay. So when they put the cuffs on him and they walked him over there, he was compliant, walking against the wall and getting against the wall for the other 2 people, and they put the cuffs on them. So nothing got aggressive until the point where the supervisor was Derek, and he was having his interaction and about to put him in the back of the police car to separate him to get the different stories.
So the only time that the aggression started was with Derek Chauvin, because all the other police persons had respected him from your point, and I agree. Why did it turn when Derek Chauvin showed up?
Because Derek Chauvin is a person that hates people.
That's what I'm saying.
For whatever reason, but I'm not going away from that. But he wasn't the initial person that arrested him. So
it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, he did it.
So yeah, but the thing is, all of the other events that led up to George Floyd being arrested in the first place are not out of order.
I didn't say it was.
So we can't argue that the police presence is out of order. We can't argue that the police.
I didn't say it was out of order. I said I disagree with them coming to the scene for $20.
Well, if the $20 is counterfeit, it is what it is. I believe in police.
It's not an arrestable offense that I'm gonna call the police out for.
But it is.
If that's the case, when McDonald's got my order wrong, I can call the police.
Well,
I don't agree with that.
Is there a law against it?
Yes.
It isn't.
Yes, it is. There's a law against leaving something out of my bag.
No, it isn't. That may be unethical.
No, there's a law against that.
Best practices.
Well, okay, I'm saying it backwards. There's a law against that's just like somebody at McDonald's giving away a Big Mac. It's something against that. I've said it the wrong way.
So that's different. If they're giving away a Big Mac, then that contributes to employee theft.
Absolutely, and they're not going to call the police on that. They're just going to fire the person.
Well, sometimes they do call the police because they want to know what's the history of that person doing whatever crime, and then they can ban them from the property if they call the police. But it's not, that's not up for question because police do respond to that. Just like when you steal from Walmart, even if you stole a $5 bar of soap. No, they don't respond to that. The loss prevention people have gone through training to take care of it, to write the warrant. Even though police don't show up. It's plenty of police officers show up at our Walmart. Well, I'm talking about in my area. That's all I can speak to is around here. But we have law enforcement presence at our Walmarts. So why is that? It got to be that way from something. Because sometimes people get feisty at Walmarts. Why is that? We've had shootings at our Walmart. So absolutely. Prefer to have that's different more of an officer showing up that way than $20. And I guess I keep focusing on the amount because it's just silly to me. $20 bill. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Law enforcement never leaves our Walmarts. They're always in the parking lot. They're always right there at the front entrance. They're always standing in there. So it's about being proactive versus being reactive. So no, because it's still people that's gonna steal and steal successfully. So it's not about proactively. It's not just about shoplifting though. So there are a lot of crimes that people can commit within at a store. But the largest majority of it is theft. Maybe, yeah, you're right, because it's on employee and shoppers. But for me, it's important that police officers respond to any crimes because I don't want you taking another crime lightly and it could lead to something bigger. Personally, I would not want to do business with an establishment that would not call the police when counterfeit bills are being passed. Because what that tells me, you may have had that one customer that passed you a $20 this time, another 16 customers passed you a couple of $20 the next time, and all of my change is $20. And now I got a pocket full of counterfeit money I can't do nothing with. For me, it's important to identify a problem when you see it so people know not to come to your establishment like that particular establishment had an issue with people passing counterfeit bills and continue to pass counterfeit money. Because it takes away from the money and the profitability of your business, but it also impacts your customers because that same money you're taking in has to be recycled and sent out to other people. I agree. So for me, I look at the larger scheme of things. I think that we as people need to be more. Why do we have to be more of anything? Why can't we teach the business owners to be more? Well, they're people too, I think. They are. And I don't think that, I think each time, and it depends. Your signal went out, I think. But I think that we as people definitely need to be more vigilant. I think they do too. I think because I don't, well, when I say people, I mean all people. And I say that too. And the very fact in that situation, I think if everybody did play that forward, it would be a lot less arrests on both orders because police officers get aggressive and get aggressive quick as well. But here's the thing. If I felt like police officers got more aggressive, right? Mm-hmm. and this is just me.
Uh-huh.
If I were a criminal, career criminal, if I felt like police officers got more aggressive with people that look like me, I wouldn't commit those crimes anymore. Because I'm a
And
career.
that is an isolated event with you. Because once you're a criminal, you go in thinking I can get away with it
Right.
over and over and over again.
So I'm about to tell you about my mindset as a career criminal. So if
Okay.
I'm a career criminal, I'm now going to do a different crime where they don't impact us and respond to us in the same way. I'm just saying, and I'm not encouraging people to be out there doing crimes, but as a person, I would think that when you see the system making, I don't even want to make that statement on this platform, but I'm going to say, when you see the system
Right.
breaking down and making an example of people that are committing the type of crime that you are doing, and you see that there are other crimes that hold less time, less penalties, less harsher penalties,
Right.
it only makes sense, logical sense, if you are a career criminal.
Well, for the very fact that they're doing it again don't make them have good sense. The very fact that they're thinking about doing stuff.
No, I mean, I feel like it's a lot of very smart criminals out there.
Oh, the smartest.
But my thing is, if you're truly smart, you don't continue doing the one that carries the heavier penalties. You move yourself to a different area and you start doing other crimes. And I'm not telling you guys to go out there and do crimes.
They know that because you lawless.
But if I am a career criminal, I would reseat myself accordingly so that I can avoid the heavier, stiffer penalties.
And that's so true. And the laws are made just for that. It's laws that are made from a white person that won't get as much time. That's why they call it white collar crime. And then black people who, they feel is all criminal and it's more sentence time.
Well, that's a good thing, though. If you see that, if this is something that you really see happening, it makes common sense for black people to start doing the white people crimes. Sentences are already in the books. So you know what your outcomes are. You know what the maximum penalties are for all these different crimes. Start doing the crimes where the penalties are not heavy.
Well, the whole fact that I'm doing crime, probably my judgment is not good anyway.
I don't know. I just feel like there are a lot of smart criminals out there. I just think
it is. But they get smart. It's funny to me. You're right. They are very intelligent because they head and head with the police who investigate.
Right. So they know how to do business.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, I just feel like they just need to be a little smarter and do crimes that hold a lesser penalty, and then learn better ways to have organized crime syndicates. And I'm not even encouraging that, but I'm just saying, in that particular.
You're making a point.
If I were the person that would be a career criminal, that is the mindset that I would have. Because for me, it would be about me being able to prove that I can avoid.
And who wants to? I mean, I just can't understand when people go back and forth to jail for stuff. Didn't you just get 5 years for that?
And that's the part that I don't get.
And you know what? That's why I came in my career, because I got a bachelor's in criminal justice. And all the men, why do you keep doing stuff that will send you back to jail? I couldn't understand that. And I wanted to learn more about that.
Yeah. Creatures of habits. People are creatures. We'll do what we know because it's the devil we know versus stepping into other places that we're not familiar with. But
come on,
at least research the other. I don't know.
It's crazy.
To me, it just makes sense, you guys. So that is all that I got. Conversation has been great.
I know. I love Dr. Jefferson. She teaches me so much. I'll be like, what? We're going to have to talk about something I know about. You're going to have to invite me on and I'll pick the topic.
So you can pick a topic and we'll come back on here and have another conversation. I've covered a lot in these last 3 months, so it's been crazy.
I know, right?
But what I want to say, I want to encourage you guys to go out there and grow out of old mindsets that keep us stuck in the behaviors and perpetuate cycles of discord and for us to not excel. Go out there and put some positive energy in the air and inspire somebody else to empower another person and start a cycle of positivity and seat yourself in greatness.
Wow. Come on.
You know, we can't be great if we don't aspire to mature into spaces in our growth that allow us to reach our capacity. So did you have anything for our wrap up, Tammy? You want to tell them where they can find you if they're looking for a counselor?
Yes, I will. The one thing I want to lead with before we go is people have discussions, debates, and it does not mean that other people are right and you're wrong or vice versa. But we need to start talking about these serious issues. We really do. Because I learned a lot from hearing Dr. Jefferson's, speak and her comments. My name is Tammy Hines, and I have a behavioral health practice out of Nashville, Tennessee. I have 3 convenient locations, and I am so happy that she invited me on and kept me on to talk because I love doing it. Her show is great.
So I learned a lot about Tennessee and some interesting, but there are some things that I've investigated about Cook County in Tennessee.
Cook County
cases, yeah. There are some cases that I have been investigating that I'm not done doing the due diligence, and those cases will be coming up as well. So
where is that? Is that in Middle Tennessee, East Tennessee? I've not heard of Cook County.
It's in a impoverished area. I'm gonna say that.
Gotcha.
This particular case this crime took place in a trailer park.
Right.
And the perpetrator that was identified and arrested was a Black male. I won't say his name, but it's a lot of levels to that case once I unveil all of it.
Well, you're gonna have to tell me about it because I would be very interested.
Yeah, and it's a lot of stuff about that prison system and things like that. I got some whistleblower things that I'm going to be featuring as we move later into these segments, that accountability conversations in November. Hopefully I can have that wrapped up then because I'm still collecting information. But until next time, you guys, go out there and be great and aspire to empower somebody. Do your due diligence, know your lineage, so you don't have any kids out there that are born with deformity.
Yeah.
And
let's do it.
That's all that I have, you guys. So take care. That's all I got. Later days.
Later.
Bye.
Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames, I whip it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bunny. Don't try studying me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.